Hey guys, sorry I was late. I had to tuck Spike in, but they've all been out. They're all tucked in the bed, so we should be good for a little while. Shadow is, even had the door closed, and Shadow is just demanded for her door to be opened again, and she's in there right now. I can hear her. But other than that, we're good. So, they just started a few minutes ago. I was watching a little bit on Recovery Addicts channel. And they are still on the direct of Detective Zachary Crawford. Did the same thing I did yesterday. I forgot to get my notebook ready. And before we get started, I promised Judy yesterday I would show her my wand. This is my wand. This wand is a replica of the president of Magic. I forgot her name and her official title, but she's the president of the Magic Ministry in England, and they don't call it the Magic Ministry in the United States, but whatever the equivalent is in America, this is her one, the president. Yeah, that's why I picked this one. The other two that I wanted was sold out. So this was the third one. Yeah, because I like the bling on the end. Thank you, Makusa. I cannot remember what it was. And it has the little, just because it's heard this story before, but anyways, it has the little sensor thing. So when you take it to Universal, you can do like wand movements and stuff in the windows and things will move. But it fell out of my bag when I was on the ET ride, and that ride is up in the air. So I don't know if it fell in one of the parts where I was really up high, but I lost it and I couldn't find it, and I went to the lost and found and they mailed it back to me. And then the next time I went, I couldn't get it to work. And it didn't even dawn on me while I was there. But the next time we go, I'm going to take it, and it's got like a lifetime warranty. If they can't fix it, they'll give you a new one. So when I go back, I'm going to have them check it. Because I think whenever I lost it on the ride, when it fell, it must have messed something up inside of it. So anyways. If it'll unfreeze so I can talk. I don't know what my internet is doing. Can you hear me? Am I still live? I don't know what is happening. Did I freeze? I got the spinning wheel of death and I looked frozen and I don't know what's going on. That was the other thing I wanted to tell you guys. Serafina Pickery. Yes, that's her name. That is her name. Okay. Last night, of course, it was after Travis came home and we were both on the internet, but it kept going in and out and in and out. Like it would tell me I had no internet, like right in the middle of Biggin. I was watching Biggin, and then it would freeze up and tell me I had no internet and I was disconnected from chat, and then it would come back on and I could watch Biggin, but I wasn't connected to the chat, and then it would freeze, the picture would freeze again, and then I'd reload and I'd have everything back and I'd be connected to chat, and then a few minutes later it would freeze and I'd say I wasn't connected to chat. So I don't know what was going on with the internet last night. So I don't know. I just don't know. February 6th cannot get here fast enough. At this point, I'm thinking it's not just a StreamYard issue. I'm wondering if my internet provider has started putting, because originally they would not put more people on the system than it could handle. And I'm wondering if they have backed off of that and just started adding more people. Although they swore to me they would not do that. But maybe it's not the StreamYard changes. I don't know, though. Judy said other people were complaining about StreamYard, too. I guess I shouldn't overthink it and just go with it. I don't know. It's embarrassing, and I know it's beyond my control, but still, it's embarrassing when I'm trying to do something and my internet is not cooperating. Okay. I just took you to bed, and I just told them I got you settled. Good Lord, you're like a 3-year-old. You're so cute, though. You can go to bed and take a nap.
I'm wondering the Drew.
What?
Drew, please be seated. Okay. Please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope you had a restful night as much as possible. I understand that some of y'all like to work out. That's great. Keep that habit up. I've had to add flexibility to my routine for sure. But it's good that you have a little stress relief and make yourself healthy. Before we start, just have to ask, as I will every morning, is everyone able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to media, to not discuss the case among yourselves, and anyone see any of those things happening? Everyone able to abide by the court's admonition, please nod your head. Records reflect all heads are nodding. Okay. We're going to proceed with the direct examination of investigative Crawford.
Yes, Your Honor.
Crawford, come on. We swear to do this.
Somebody swear affirm it. That's what we're about to get to.
Good morning, Investigator Crawford.
Good morning.
So let's wrap up where we left off in Mr. Chen's apartment. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment and you saw what you believed to be blood, and then the Blue Star reacted, at that point in time, did you know whose blood that was?
I didn't know what that was.
Did CPD take steps, more urgent steps than normal in a situation like that to try to learn whose blood that was?
Yes, we did take samples of blood, swabs of blood. We did presumption tests through the means of Kastle-Meyer test, which essentially you're testing for potential stains or things such as to identify if it is potentially blood. We also collected carpet samples. Once those items were collected, once we had the ability to obtain potential DNA profile from the victim, such as their toothbrush, then we submitted those items to the TBO.
And how often have you worked with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Pretty much every homicide investigation that I've had.
Do they do a majority of testing of items that are collected in the homicide case?
Correct. They do most majority of the forensic testing that's done on evidence collected in the case. Other than fingerprints are done by our APIS investigators in-house. And some of our electronic forensics, such as phones or computers, are done by the check.
Typically, how long does TBI take to test items and return those testing results to law enforcement?
Typically, the testing process takes an extensive amount of time. Typically, when we submit a TBI request for evidence to be processed through their lab, we submit a request along with submitting the evidence to their lab for testing. Typically, in a homicide case, something such as DNA takes approximately 9 months or so before we get those results. It's not that it takes them 9 months to determine exactly what it is, but it's essentially their caseload that they have at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations that it takes them a while to get to our actual submitted evidence before they're able to have their investigation.
Were multiple items in this case taken to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for testing?
Yes, they were.
And is there a lab in Chattanooga?
No, there's not.
Where are the closest labs?
The closest labs is, the main lab is in Nashville, Tennessee. And they have another lab that's close to us, being in Knoxville.
Do you recall which one these items from this case were submitted to?
Yes.
Which one?
They were submitted to the Knoxville lab. We made contact with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We actually requested that these pieces of evidence be tested externally as quickly as possible, meaning that we could submit them and hopefully they would take this case and put it in front of the rest of the cases. To potentially identify whose blood, what kind of blood was located inside the apartment. We were able to make contact with the lab in Knoxville with TBI, and they fulfilled their request.
So did you ask for urgent testing to determine whose blood was in the apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they able to return those results to you?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to review those results?
Yes, I was.
And whose blood was in that apartment?
It was identified as that of Jasmine Pace.
Does TBI have protocols that they relay to law enforcement in regards to how much evidence they are able or willing to test in major cases?
Yes,
What are those, to your knowledge?
to my knowledge, specifically with DNA, for every piece of evidence we submit, they have different requirements or different things that they have in place. Specifically with DNA testing, they will only accept for testing 10 items at a time, which obviously we showed pictures earlier of potential items of evidence that had blood on them, which obviously tells us it's more than 10 items. So we have to submit the items that we believe potentially have the best result to identify someone. We're allowed to submit 10 pieces of evidence for testing, along with our DNA standards. In investigations, we collect standards from victims, persons of interest, suspects, or potentially people that may have also had the ability to be in that same scene as well. In this specific case, we were able to get a search warrant and get a buccal, which is a buccal swab, the inside of your cheek, for Mr. Jason Chen. And then we were able to first thing that was submitted was a known toothbrush for the victim that would have a high probability of her DNA being on it. Those two items were submitted to the TBI, along with other pieces of evidence.
Going back to 110 Tremont Street, you testified to searching, and the jury will see more photos. You testified to searching Jason's residence. Did you do any searches outside of the apartment building?
Yes, we did.
Where was that?
After the initial search of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street, in investigations, we start small and work big. We try to figure out what exactly happened in the scene, and then we expand upon that. That includes not only searching, but a neighborhood canvas to identify potential witnesses, potential locate video, or potentially see if other items of evidence or anything has been discarded outside of the crime scene. The first step after the apartment is I requested that investigators then go door to door and conduct a neighborhood canvas within the apartment to potentially locate any further witnesses. While that neighborhood canvas was being conducted, I subsequently went to the exterior of 110 Tremont Street and started doing a walkthrough of that area as well, to include the outer perimeter, the parking lot area, and dumpsters located there. I expanded further past that. We had search teams conducted in the wooded areas and the residential areas, potentially locating further pieces of evidence, attempting to locate the victim. To the extent, I found a manhole cover at the rear of the apartments that was partially exposed and seemed to be that it had been moved recently. I personally entered that manhole and crawled 70 feet underground. We try to extensively search the entire area to include all the dumpsters.
Would it be fair to say that you do everything that you can possibly think to do in a location such as this with such a large amount of blood?
With the manner and resources that we have, yes.
Okay. And let's go back to the dumpsters. Were there dumpsters? Jury saw some Google Map images. Were there dumpsters next to Mr. Chen's apartment building?
Yes, there were.
And were you present when there was, and you can explain it to the jury, what kind of search or investigation was done into the dumpsters?
At first, even with exterior locations that we searched, the process is still the same in terms of how it's done. The first part is a walkthrough to potentially identify via the naked eye items of potentially evidentiary value that we potentially want to collect or have further interest in. So such as a dumpster, the first thing I'm not going to do is go in there and start ripping every trash bag out or every piece of clothing, because I want that documented by photographs prior to any of that being done. In this specific case, I entered the dumpster area. If you remember correctly, there was a wooden gated fence to kind of hide the outside of it from the street, from the residents. I subsequently opened that wooded door and entered that area where two dumpsters were located. Upon entering that area, I observed a few items of clothing on the ground and a sanitary pad, a women's sanitary pad, that appeared to potentially have what appeared to be blood and seemed out of place. Once I observed that, I subsequently notified the crime scene unit that we were also going to have further evidence that needed to be processed outside of the apartment.
What else was the evidence that you just spoke of, including the sanitary pad, where was it when you opened the doors that covered the dumpsters?
Upon entering the closed dumpster area, the fence, it was just a few feet inside of the doorway, on the floor, on the ground, on the concrete ground, outside of the dumpsters. There was trash in those dumpsters, but these items were discarded on the ground outside.
Just laying there for you to see,
Correct.
not inside of the dumpster.
That's correct.
Was there clothing there?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of clothing?
There were a pair of pants, a pair of shoes, a women's sanitary pad.
Did anything stand out to you about the pants?
The pants appeared to have what appeared to be possibly blood on them.
Discoloration.
Discoloration consistent with blood.
Do you recall what kind of shoes they were?
They were white in color, dirty, white in color canvas style shoes with a a white sole on them, low tops. I believe they were around the size of 11 or 11 and a half.
One moment, Your Honor. I'm gonna approach you, Investigator Crawford, with 1, 2, 3, 6 photos. They're stapled today. Can you look through those? Do you recognize those photos?
I did.
What is depicted in them?
It's, the photos are that of the dumpster area, the enclosure, and that of the items I described earlier that were on the ground.
Do those photos accurately represent what that area looked like on November 28th, 2022?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this exhibit be the state's next exhibit, and the state did try to assist the court reporter, so we have the yellow stickers on these. These have the -1, -2, so they could be a collective with the dashes.
Collective 83.
83, Jeff?
Yes, collective 83.
All right, Investigator Crawford, I'm gonna post these on the screen behind you. Simply the doors of the dumpster, correct?
That's correct.
This is State's Exhibit 83-2. What does this depict?
This is a photograph from the interior of the dumpster area since I began it.
And what can you see on the ground there?
You can see we just started clothing, the pair of shoes I was describing, a sanitary pad, and there's also a pair of wood piercing wings I'm wearing.
State's Exhibit 83-3. What is this?
It's a closer up shot of what we just observed. That also shows the same items, the pants, the shoes, the sanitary pad, and the women's underwear.
And can you point out what discoloration you were referring to on the pants?
That's correct. There's a reddish brown discoloration. Once again, this green, the reddish color seems to fade out as bright as the normal pictures do. But there's a reddish brown stain there as well.
Is there a large amount of stains on those jeans?
Yes.
And I can't recall if you actually named the brand. Were you able to determine what brand of shoe that was?
I believe they were Vans.
Investigator Crawford, were you present for the autopsy that was performed in this case on Miss Pace's body?
Yes, I was.
Is that typical of a homicide investigator?
Yes.
And do you remain in the room for a majority of at least the initial autopsy?
Yes, we did.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to examine Pace's body when she did have clothing on?
That's correct.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to take her clothing off so that he could examine her body?
Yes, that's correct.
Was Miss Pace, did she appear to be on her menstrual cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she have a sanitary pad on that resembled the sanitary pad in the photo behind you?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're gonna move on. So you've searched Mr. Chen's apartment. You've identified Jasmine Pace's blood in the apartment. And would it be fair to say that Jason Chen was a suspect in Jasmine Pace's murder at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you at this point, or maybe you even began before, at what point did you begin to look into Jason Chen as a suspect and as a person of interest?
Originally, he became a potential person of interest at the beginning when I was brought into the investigation, just due to the fact that we had a missing persons under suspicious circumstances, and it is extremely uncommon with my experience as a law enforcement investigator that a significant other not be a part of the process in attempting to locate that missing person. So due to the lack of communication, I believe him to be a person of interest after law enforcement attempted to reach out to him with no call.
Did you try?
Yes.
So in your investigation of Jason Chen as a suspect, what preliminary information were you able to gather about Mr. Chen?
First, we identified his residence. Obviously, at apartment 210 and 110 Tremont Street. We identified a phone number associated with Jason Chen via numerous individuals. We also identified his vehicle being a 2018 Toyota Camry that we're unable to locate. We identified that he was currently enrolled at University of Tennessee Chattanooga as a student. Identified that his family appeared to be from the Nolensville, Tennessee area. We identified a home address from there as well. We also looked into historical addresses for Jason Chen, to include his residence in Chattanooga prior to his time being a resident at 110 Tremont Street. We also attempted to identify family members and associates of Mr. Chen.
What county is Nolensville in?
Williamson County.
Were you ever able to locate Mr. Chen in Chattanooga?
No.
Do you happen to recall, this is a difficult question, what Mr. Chen's phone number is? If not, that's okay.
Not perfect.
Oh, that's okay. What kind of vehicle did Mr. Chen drive?
A gray 2018 Toyota Camry with Tennessee tag BJF 0062.
My question that they haven't answered yet is if he drove her car there to those condominiums to abandon it there, how did he get to wherever he went next? Like, he drove her car, I'm guessing he drove his car to the river to dump the suitcase, then abandoned her car at the condominiums. What did he do? Call an Uber to get back to his apartment or wherever he went next? They have not made that clear yet. Either that or I missed it.
Gray Toyota Camry 2018.
That's correct.
At some point, were you able to access Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she also have Mr. Chen's number saved in her phone?
I don't know if she had it saved in her phone due to her cellular device not being recovered, but we were able to get her phone records from Verizon.
How many investigators with the police department do you estimate that tried to contact Mr. Chen during this week?
I know that 2 investigators attempted to make contact via phone communication. I know that during the hours leading up to before I was notified about the investigation, I believe a patrol supervisor also attempted to contact number for Jason Chen. We also attempted to make contact with other family members and friends in the Chattanooga area before moving on to the
At some point, did you become aware that Mr. Chen was most likely in Nolensville?
Yes, that's correct.
And how's that?
on search warrant for Mr. historical data, and have real-time ping locations to be readily available. Real-time ping locations is essentially a 10 to 15 minute ping where the phone company will ping the phone essentially, and it'll provide an estimated location. They would send those records to us every 10 to 15 minutes. It would be provided in a GPS style lat long coordinates. As soon as we started getting those coordinates, we were notified that his phone device was showing in the Nolensville, Tennessee area.
And at that point, did you have an address for his parents' home?
We did.
So,
I've got the court volume up as loud as it will go, and I turn my mic volume down. Yesterday, I had my earbuds in to hear the court because it was low, and I don't know how to boost the audio anymore than I've got it. Up a bit more on the mic. How's that? Is that good? That's the one thing I don't like about this mic. I have no way of knowing. There's no visual way to see what level the mic is at. It's just a little wheel that you spin that changes colors. I wish it had come with like some sort of software that you could use to test it, and it had like a scale of where your voice was or something, but it doesn't. So I have to guess. Okay, how about now? Are you just messing with me, Brian? Okay, what about now? Because it was green, so I made it blue. It's still blue. So apparently if I go back to green, it's too loud. It goes blue to green to red. And it's red when it's muted, but if you're on green and you're talking and it goes to red, I think that means it's too loud. But it's blue right now. I can get it back to green. Whoa, green's way off, I guess, because it's still turning and it's still blue. Now it's green.
the ping information. So once you had access to that from the provider, do you recall who the provider for Mr. Chen's cell phone service was?
It was T-Mobile.
You essentially were able to track him.
Correct. It's only the ping locations at that time was the only information that we were provided by the phone company, and it's only real time from the point that they send that information. At that point, we didn't have any historical data to potentially track or see his communications or anything like that. We didn't receive those to a later date. So we're attempting to track his location. Sometimes the ping locations don't provide an exact precise location based on the quality of the phone reception. So sometimes the ping locations were a larger area and essentially give a neighborhood location or within city limits. But at some points they were pretty precise and showed locations consistent, being with his parents' address.
Okay. Was a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' home applied for?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it issued?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you present when that search warrant was executed on his parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee?
Yes, that is correct.
How many people from the Chattanooga Police Department went with you?
We had 4 people from the homicide division, being myself, Detective Seach, Detective Daryl Slaughter, and one of our homicide supervisors, Sergeant Miller. I also contacted crime team unit to have a part of their team also respond for assistance with documentation, scene and collecting evidence. We had them respond to the scene based on conversations with Nolensville PD and their capabilities of crime team in terms of how they can collect evidence. They felt more suited that our Chattanooga Police Department crime unit would be more suited to handle that.
When you arrived at the home, who answered the door?
The parents of Jason Chen were the first people to answer the door.
What'd you tell them?
I advised them that I had a search warrant for the residence. I requested that they exit the residence and also requested if any other parties were inside the residence at that time.
Was Jason Chen at the residence?
He was.
When did you first make contact with him in terms of see his actual person?
After speaking with Jason's parents about the search warrant and asked them to request to leave the residence or to step out of the residence so we could execute the search warrant, Jason's father actually yelled, "Jason." I observed him exit a door on the second level of the home. It was a 2-story residence. It's a 2-story residence. As you enter, there's a staircase to the right, and there's like a cross balcony, which allows you to seek access to that room. I observed that room door open, and I observed Jason Chen exit that room before walking down the stairs and greeting me at the front door.
Have you turn around? Investigator Crawford, this is a Google Maps. Just typed into the search bar. Do you recognize this location?
Yes, I do.
And what is the what is the address? Do you recall what the address is? We'll go back.
1943 Ashburn Court, Nolensville, Tennessee.
Okay, so there we are. What is this? Sorry.
That's Jason Chen's parents' residence.
This is the residence that you showed up to at the front door with that search warrant that you were just discussing.
That's correct.
There's not that much in the StreamYard audio settings. I've got it on automatically adjust mic volume.
sorry, defense counsel reviewing the photos I was about to show, Investigator Crawford, I'm sorry, Judge, should have made that clear. Investigator Crawford, I'll show you a handful of photos. Quite frankly, I don't know how many. $31. You will flip through those photos for me. Investigator Crawford, do you recognize the contents of these photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately represent both 1943 Ashburn Court on the night that the search warrant was executed and also the way that Mr. Chen appeared when you made contact with him and when he was first spoken to by police?
Yes, that's correct.
I apologize, let me number these real quick. What would the next exhibit number be?
Starting at 84.
Would you like for these to be numbered individually or dashes? 84, 85, 86?
This large amount, let's go make them separate exhibits.
Okay.
84 through 114.
Investigator Crawford, while I'm numbering these, did Mr. Chen make any statements to you when he was first contacted?
You had questions for me?
Questions about the search warrant?
He, at first contacted me with the parents, explained that we had a search warrant for the residence. Once Jason Chen was down there, I also advised him the exact same thing. I advised him we had a search warrant for the residence. I also advised him that he was going to be detained and taken to the Nolensville Police Department, where we had a search warrant for his person with a collection of evidence such as DNA, fingerprints, photographs, and other things that were on the search warrant. At which point, Jason asked if we had any more warrants, which then I advised him we would talk to him further at the Nolensville Police Department.
Can you describe for the jury what Mr. Jason Chen's demeanor was?
More defensive.
Would you describe him as calm?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time that he, wanted to tell you what happened? Did he tell you at that time that he wanted
Councilor
to?
Presley.
How about what did he tell you at that time? That's not leading.
What, if anything, did Mr. Jason Chen tell you that night?
He made another statement that he asked if we had spoken to his lawyer yet.
And other than that,
Miss who?
did he say anything else?
No, we attempted to identify and try to make contact with the lawyer. At this point in time, it was approximately 2 a.m., knowing that it became difficult to potentially get an attorney on the phone at that time, and also potentially respond to Nolensville, Tennessee, was difficult. We attempted, Daryl Slaughter attempted to speak with him at the Nolensville Police Department after he was processed for evidence.
Objection. Very appropriate.
What just happened? What was that objection for?
Investigator Crawford, let's begin to go through the photos that you just reviewed that have been placed into evidence. I'll have you turn around to the screen. What does this photo depict?
This is a photograph, me on the left-hand side, other officers on the right-hand side. You can see just inside the doorway is Jason Chen's father, and you can observe Jason Chen to the left as well.
With a hat on.
That's correct.
That's State's Exhibit 84. State's Exhibit 85. Again, what do we see in this photo?
Once again, it's a photograph of the doorway area that depicts Jason Chen's father on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side of the picture walking away is Jason Chen.
And were separate photos of Mr. Chen taken once he was transported to the Nolensville Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 86, is this one of those photos?
Yes, that is correct.
And are the photos taken exactly as he came out of the house that night?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 87, for the record, can you read what that hat says?
The hat says, anything goes.
In the course of your investigation, did you see this hat any other times and
Yes,
places?
I did.
State's Exhibit 88, side profile of Mr. Chen.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 89, of course, a close-up of anything goes hat.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you testified that Mr. Chen walked out of a room when you first saw him in the home. What kind of room was that?
It was bedroom that had small pieces of furniture to include a desk and bed.
Did you subsequently assist in searching that room?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 90. Is this a photo of that bedroom?
That's correct. It's a photograph taken once you enter the room. It's of the left-hand side of the room.
Did you happen to open up that red box?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 91 will be the photo being shown currently. What is that?
It's a cell phone.
In what appears to be some kind of jewelry box, is that correct?
Correct. The red box is a jewelry box with jewelry and other items that are stuffed in there. You can see on the bottom half of the jewelry box, the black top half of a iPhone cell phone.
In State's Exhibit 92, a closer up of that cell phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Does the cell phone have a case on it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that other item attached to the phone?
It's a ID/credit card holder. There's one of those stick-on ones you can put on the back of a cell phone.
Did you ever see this piece of evidence again throughout your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did the Chattanooga Police Department collect this cell phone?
Yes, we did.
This eventually will get there, but it is.
It's a separate angle of the same room we've seen photographs of. The first one shows the bedded area to include the small shelving area with the jewelry box on top. This is an angle that picks up the back corner of the left-hand side of the room that you can see the door and you can see a chair which leads to a desk.
State's Exhibit 94, is that a photo of the desk?
That's correct.
And there are, what kind of items on the desk?
There is handwritten notes. There's a binder. There are glasses, Jason Chen's wallet, and a laptop computer.
Were those glasses collected that day, do you recall?
I do not recall. I know the photographs were taken.
State's Exhibit 95, were these note cards collected from the desk?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 96, again, this is a close-up showing again the glasses.
Yes, that's correct.
This is even more of a close-up, closer to the glasses, and then you can see that there's a notebook there with what appears to be writing on it.
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that black object behind that notebook?
It's a wallet.
Was the wallet collected
Yes, that's correct.
in the notebook?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I have the deputies flip off the screen light? Investigator Cropper, were you able to review these note cards?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm gonna give you it's State's Exhibit 98, I'll give you the actual copy for whatever one is easiest to read. Let's have this one right here. Do you see this note up here? It says Crawford,
Yes, that's correct.
that's your last name, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And 423-443-0667, what is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right, and then let's go down here. Can you please read that out loud to the jury?
Saturday, starting from the top down. Saturday, November 19th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time she called. She has been a scribbled out word, long history of running away from her parents, comma, ran away to Canada, comma, has a restraining order against her ex. Period.
And can you read this scribble here?
Starting from the top,
Yes,
says she long history of running away from her parents. And then bottom, I believe it says great.
And then this note here,
Starting from the top down, it says talk to the 26th. And it says missing.
I'm sorry, say
It
it
says at the bottom half, it says missing.
on that note part right there.
Correct.
This is a close-up, State's Exhibit 99 of other notes, correct?
That is correct.
Did these numbers mean anything to you?
Not right now.
And that, you agree that says approach them, and then it looks like there's a note with some ring fingers, ring finger sizes.
Yes, that's correct.
Just a close-up of some of the things that you just read, correct?
Correct.
Can you, by any chance, I don't know if you'll be able to, see if you can read this closer up, that purple note part?
Yes.
What does it say?
She has a long
If law
history
enforcement
of running
contact
away
other
from
family
her.
members, what to do, they do.
That was
What
State's
do they
Exhibit.
do?
I'm sorry, did you say something else?
I corrected myself. It says, what do they do?
Okay, State's Exhibit 100. This is a close-up of the State's Exhibit 101 of what you had previously read, correct?
That's correct.
Close-up of what you previously read, State's Exhibit 102, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
This is another note here.
Correct.
Okay, can you start with the top note and go ahead and read that?
Yes, this note at the top, I read the first part of that note in one of the previous pictures. The top note says, talk to her mom on the 26th. And it says at the bottom of that note, missing person yesterday.
And then let's go ahead and start reading the bottom note as best you can with the jumbled words.
The top down states, November 19th, last time I saw her. Scribbled out, it appears to be Jewel. Says she would call me once a day is above. I crossed out every day. Last time was on the November 22nd on phone. I believe it says twos, T-U-E-S. Scribbled right in.
State's Exhibit 104, this was the notebook that was sitting under your glasses, is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's go ahead and read this a little more clear here.
From the top down, it states Friday, November 18th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time we talked. She has a huge history of running away from her home in her teenage years. Mom was an alcoholic, ran away to Canada for several years and was homeless. Her dad left when she was a kid as a restraining order against her ex. The next bulletin says she was recently online Facebook, and the bottom says next to kin.
State's Exhibit 105, is this an opened photo, a photo of the opened wallet that was on that desk?
Yes, it is.
And what was inside?
Inside of the wallet, the crimes unit took out the two Tennessee State identification cards to show that those items were found inside of that wallet, to show also potentially identity, potential possessor of that wallet. Further inside of that wallet, miscellaneous credit and debit cards were found in there along with.
Were these two of the cards that were found inside that wallet?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the last four digits on that Regions Bank card?
4189
And the expiration date
05/26.
and the name?
Jason W. Chen.
Were there other bedrooms in the home that law enforcement went through?
Correct, we went through the entirety of that.
Okay. Was there a bedroom upstairs with a bed that had sort of striped sheets on it?
That's
Do you
correct.
recall?
There were multiple bedrooms upstairs, I have to see pictures.
Is this one of the bedrooms that was upstairs?
No, it's not.
Where was this bedroom?
That bedroom was located actually directly below the first bedroom we saw photographs of. I described going into the residence, going up the stairwell, coming back over a catwalk style balcony to this side of the house, the left-hand side of the house. So the first room we looked at would be the top left. This room would be directly under it in the bottom left. So if you were to enter going to the living room area, the far left corner of the residence, where would be this bedroom located.
And is that the bedroom in the photo behind you?
That's correct.
States Exhibit 106. What is that black object on the bed?
It's a North Face backpack.
States Exhibit 107. Is that a closer up of that backpack?
Yes, that is correct.
Again, 108. Different angle with the North Face logo that you can see.
Correct. It's, after it was photographed, and once the search began, they now flipped the backpack to document the other side of the backpack.
Were you able to identify whose backpack that is?
At the time when I observed the backpack in that room, I observed to be consistent with a backpack Jason Chen was seen with in the days after the homicide and before. And contents within the backpack are indicative of Jason Chen being the possessor of that backpack.
Was that backpack collected by the police department?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury what kind of items were in that backpack?
There was all sorts of miscellaneous items that one would find in a backpack, specifically potentially someone that was, had left the residence. There was multiple items to include umbrella, eyeglass case. There was a lot of different items.
Did you observe an eyeglasses case in the backpack?
Yes, there was a black eyeglass case within the backpack.
What was inside the eyeglass case?
Miscellaneous items. It's also included a Verizon SIM card.
Were you able to locate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, we were.
Where was it?
It was parked within the garage at that residence, single car garage.
Was the garage door closed?
Yes, it was.
Were there vehicles in the driveway?
Yes, there were.
How many?
There were two.
States Exhibit 112. What is the jury looking at here?
This is a photograph of from the doorway from the interior of the residence looking back into the garage. You can see the 2018 Toyota Camry. I described it as a single car garage. There are two doors, but it appears that they use half of their garage for storage. So there isn't really room for another car to be in there. So you'll see the car parked in there, and it's very tight quarters based on the amount of items that are in the garage. It's hard to move around and get around.
Were you able to verify based on the license tag that this vehicle was the vehicle registered to Jason Chen?
The Tennessee license plate and its VIN number.
And the VIN number, you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Just a closer up of Mr. Chen's gray Toyota Camry.
Yes, that's correct.
And then lastly here, Mr. Chen's license plate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did law enforcement confiscate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
We did collect his evidence at that time.
Was it taken to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, it was during the execution of the search warrant. That vehicle was then taken by tow and taken back to Chattanooga Police Department for further processing of evidence.
Were you able to enter that vehicle at any point in time?
Yes, we applied for a search warrant for the search and processing of that vehicle, at which point it was granted. After the search warrant was granted, signed off, then we executed the search warrant and began processing that vehicle.
Did Mr. Chen's car smell like marijuana?
No.
So if we're going chronologically, this search warrant was executed. Chronologically in the investigation, what major event happened next?
The search warrant's executed. Mr. Chen is transported to the Millsville Police Department. Subsequently, after he was transported, we concluded the search warrant at 1943 Ashmore Court to include collecting evidence and taking possession of the 2018 Toyota Camry, subsequently towed back to the Chattanooga Police Department, followed by law enforcement investigators. After that was towed back, Mr. Chen was transported to the Williamson County Jail. We subsequently drove back to the Chattanooga Police Department, where then Mr. Chen was only placed under an NCIC hold, investigative hold at that point, where we came an arrest warrant through the Hamilton County Magistrate's Office, at which point he was signed off order for at the time for criminal homicide.
And at this point in time, did anybody know where Jasmine was?
No.
Were investigators and other law enforcement officers at the Chattanooga Police Department actively looking for Miss Pace?
We didn't stop until we located.
What day was that arrest warrant issued?
The arrest warrant, it was issued on November 30th, 2020.
And do you recall what day it was that Jasmine's body was located on the side of the Tennessee River off of Sutt Creek Road?
On December 1st.
I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but were you notified when Jasmine's body was located?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you report to that area where the suitcase had been found?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subsequently, did the medical examiner also arrive at that scene off of Sutt Creek Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it after that that you also went to the medical examiner's office for the autopsy?
That is correct.
Can you explain the difference for the jury between a forensic download of a cell phone versus obtaining cell phone records via search warrant?
Correct.
Can you explain the difference?
So you'll hear it during this trial that there's potentially evidence to get brought forward. There is a forensic download of the cell phone. What that actually is actually having a device, at which point it's hooked up to a programming system after a search warrant supply for consent is given for the phone. Essentially, one of our electronic evidence unit investigators will then utilize a set of programs to essentially crack into the phone if it has passcode. If it has passcode, sometimes we have the ability based on programming to bypass that passcode. Once they're allowed inside the phone based on the programming, then essentially almost all contents from the phone is forensically extracted from that device. So things that are going to show up in phone records are going to be the apps associated with that device. Certain things like iMessages that are communicated differently to be communicated over a Wi-Fi signal will be different than your phone records because of how they're electronically communicated through the device. So inside that device, you'll also have your photographs that you've taken on your device. You'll have videos. You'll have internet search history, and some apps also allow for extraction of data, where other apps do not. So sometimes you may get Facebook messages. The way that it communicates on your phone in the store, you'll actually get those potential communications via Facebook, but you don't get to see everything that happens with Facebook and how the extraction occurs. It doesn't show you their activity, their search history in terms of those apps. With the phone records themselves, the forensic download of the phone comes from the phone itself. Without the phone, we cannot do a forensic extraction of that actual device. So the other way to get potential records for someone, cellular records, is to go through the phone provider with either consent, subpoena, or search warrant applied for. We provide those things to the phone providers, but then we get the reports back from the phone providers on whatever we've requested from them. Those reports typically will have the subscriber information that shows who that device is potentially registered to or that account is registered to. It will have cell phone records to include their call data reports or CDR reports, which will show generally the phone number associated with the device, who it called, when it called. It'll also have different types of location data, and they're called different things based on the phone provider themselves. They just have different classifications on how they report the data. So they'll provide essentially, I hate to say GPS style coordinates because that's not the way that they really are on how they're triangulated. But they will provide location data if it's available. They will provide call records, such as call logs. They will provide SMS or MMS text message data showing when text messages occurred. And sometimes, not frequently, we will get content. Sometimes certain phone providers will do a very minimal, typically less than a week or about a week of actual content that's transmitted. So it'll actually have content of what was text message. But typically we don't get that content. The content we get from the actual text messages would be from the actual device itself. From the forensic report, how we get that from the phone reports from the company, all we can tell is that a call was made or a text message was placed, who it was to, who it was from, if it was completed, how long the call was, and where that device was located when these things were happening.
On the forensic download, where you actually need the physical phone, are you able to tell what has been deleted?
Part of the process of the program itself, it does have the ability to potentially to re-extract items that were deleted. It will identify the reported items were deleted. But depending on how that deletion of that phone occurred, we don't have any idea if items were deleted prior, other than having something else to corroborate, something has been changed to that phone. So a lot of times when something's deleted, like a photograph or potentially a text conversation or a call log, we are not able to recover those from the device.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Mr. Chen's cell phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
that provider was who?
Jasmine Pace's provider was Verizon.
And did the Chattanooga Police Department do a forensic download on Mr. Chen's cell phone?
We did.
Which cell phone, based on the photos the jury has seen today, was that?
It was the cellular device that was located in the red delivery box within that upper room at 1943 Ashburn Court with the clear case in the backing on it, which I believe is for Boston College.
Do you have experience in reviewing a forensic download?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
Depending on how long someone's had a device or how active they are on the device, the reports can be very extensive, or they can be minimal, depending on their activity. If you have someone that's had the phone for maybe a week, it doesn't communicate a lot, doesn't take photographs, doesn't do those things, it's very quick extraction. There's not a lot of data that comes back because there's not a lot of activity on it. If you find a device that someone's had in possession for a couple of years, it could potentially store thousands and thousands of pages of documentation to include photographs, timelines, associated apps, and call logs, text messages, all sorts of things. So they will be extracted and put into this forensic report, where then we're able to review it, because obviously it potentially comes in raw form with raw data. I'm a computer expert in terms of reviewing raw data, but when it comes back in the report, we're able to review those forensic extraction reports and review the contents of that phone.
Is there a name for the software that's used to review those extraction reports?
There are different names. There's Celebrite is one, and Axiom is another one as well.
The Chattanooga Police Department utilize Celebrite?
Yes, that is, Celebrite is actually the forensic tool, one of the forensic tools that is utilized to forensically extract that information from the device.
Do you have much experience with Celebrite?
Yes.
Approximately how many times would you say that you have performed forensic downloads and reviewed those downloads of cellular devices?
I've requested many, I don't know a number in terms of how many search warrants were applied for, consents were given for cellular devices where forensic downloads have been completed. We're submitting to our electronics evidence unit and they complete those downloads. I've not only reviewed evidence in terms of my own cases, but other people's cases as well, within the homicide unit and other investigative units upon request. I don't know.
Okay. And were you able to review the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
Yes, I will.
I got 84 through 114, so 115 will be next. I don't think the court was making sure that last batch of photos was admitted, yes, for those to be admitted.
Your Honor, if I didn't, I'd ask you to make the statement next exhibit.
I think 84 through 114.
Paper clips and these together for you. Investigator, I'm gonna approach you. A handful of photos. This one goes together. The rest are separate. If you could review those.
He's reviewing this council.
So, what is the significance of the anything goes cap? Why did they take extra pictures of that? Because it has to do with alcohol?
Things pretty much flown by. It's 5 to 11. I usually like taking a mid-morning break. I think we're going to go probably about another 30 minutes of this next line of questioning. Would you prefer a break now, or do you want to wait for another 30 minutes or so? You don't need a break now, raise your hand. Okay, one. Okay, that's enough. Okay. Good. So we're going to take a break now. It's 5 minutes to 11. I'll be back here at 5 minutes after. 10 minutes.
And probably would be a good stopping point for the defense.
Sarah, step out front for a minute.
And probably would be a good stopping point for the defense.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, sir.
I did not sleep good last night. I'm exhausted today. I haven't gotten to see many of his um, decisions because these attorneys seem to be so organized that they've gotten a lot of the stuff out of the way before the trial started. There hasn't been a lot of bickering in front of the judge between the attorneys, which is a good thing. And I think he made the right call about the expert witness yesterday. Somebody in chat asked me about why the jurors were sequestered, and I said because they're from another county and they're had been brought over from the other county. And she's like, well, yeah, I understand that, but I didn't think there was that much publicity about it. But that one news channel has covered it for 2 years, every single step of the way. So they're just making sure. I get it. I wouldn't. I would not want to be sequestered. Especially with no electronic devices, because I like ebooks better than regular books because of my eyesight. I just can read ebooks better. Even after my cataract surgery, I was hoping my cataract surgery would change that, but I still can see better with ebooks.
Investigator Crawford had just looked through these and we took the break, so I had not asked him if he recognized them nor about the evidence.
Is it easy for you to keep like a
Are we not back on the record? What is happening?
I just want a large exhibit to be collected.
Okay.
So if you put numbering.
Uh-huh.
Okay. 1, 2 works for you. You can do it that way, as long as it's separate.
I understand. So I did already, during our break, I numbered these 115 to 123, and there's a collected in it that I did do.
It gets too big, it makes
I looked up
but I did number
anything goes, and it came up with makeup and wrappers, and I don't know what else. It did come up with, excuse me, it did come up with stuff about alcohol though, and I'm like, that's gotta be it. Because he wouldn't be wearing a hat that advertised makeup. I don't think he would. I don't know. Maybe he would. You never know nowadays. There are guys that like to wear makeup now. What is Hennessy? Whiskey? Vodka? Tequila? What? I don't know about liquor. I don't know about alcohol in general because
All right, please be seated.
I like my whiskey. That's about it.
So Investigator Crawford, remind us where we're at. I had just shown you photos, after I'd asked you questions about the defendant's cell phone download. Do you recognize these photos? Are these photos that were taken, well, let me ask you this. Let's go individually. Do you recognize what's in this photo?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
I'll have to ask Court Vibes because she is streaming the OJ trial right now. She's doing it early in the morning. I don't know why she's doing it so early. And I usually catch the tail end of it because I don't get up that early. I'm not getting up that early to watch. How long was that trial? Months, 6 months, something like that. I mean, Hennessy's beer. Oh, no wonder I didn't know what it was because I don't like beer.
There's a picture of the back of the cell phone device collected from 1943 Ashburn Court, which was identified as Jason Chen's cell phone device.
And was this a photo that was taken when it was in the possession of the Chattanooga Police Department before download?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I ask that that be State's Exhibit 115. These records, there are approximately 11 pages. What are those?
It's a excerpt from the call history log, specifically the timeline area of the forensic cell phone extraction from Jason Chen's cellular device.
Does this reflect the calls that he was making, receiving, or missing?
Correct. It will show the date and time that a reported call occurred. It'll show the direction of the call, whether it's incoming or outgoing. It'll show potentially what type of communication it was. It'll show the reported numbers between the calling number or the number that was called or that was calling in. And in the device, if the number was identified via contact, it will have a generated name associated with that as well.
You recognize that as records taken from Mr. Chen's cell phone download?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I ask that this be State's Exhibit 116, 116-1 through 116-11.
So moved.
And the rest of these photos, in vague terms, can you tell the jury what the rest of the photos represent?
This photograph is a photograph that was recovered off the cellular device in question we were talking about. It depicts that one.
Let's not, the jury will see it. Just in vague terms, are those photographs from Jason's phone and coordinating data?
Correct. They are phones recovered from the device along with the extraction data as well.
Photos that came from the device?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these be admitted. It would be 17, 18, 117, 118, 119, 120, 21, 22, and 23.
So moved.
All right. So, behind you, this you testified, 115, this is the cellular device that was retrieved from that red box in the bedroom at Jason Chen's parents' home.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what you performed the cell phone download on.
That cell phone download was performed. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 116-8. Is this a page of the call logs from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree it begins down here on this page on 11/19/2022
Yes, that's correct.
and goes up on this page to 11/24/2022 at 6:42 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And would you be able to tell us based on looking at this if anything had been deleted or not?
No, not based on what it is now.
Do you recognize any phone numbers of significance on this call history?
Yes,
And which phone number is that?
at the two up from the bottom, there is the phone number 423-664-2024. That is going to be the victim's cellular phone number.
423-664-2024 is Jasmine Pace's phone number.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you see the last call that Jasmine and Jason had?
For 22nd, 2022 at 11:56.
That would be 11:56 a.m. Is that what you
Yes,
said?
that's correct.
And then what does this number over here represent?
That's going to be the call duration. So how long those two lines were connected and potentially conversations happened.
1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
Correct.
And then over here, what does received mean?
Received means that this cellular device received that communication, meaning that the number associated here on the right, the 1-423-664-2024, called this device, and there's a connection time for 1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
States Exhibit 117. Describe for the jury, even though they've seen photos, at this point, describe for the jury where Mr. Chen, if that's Mr. Chen, and where Mr. Chen is at in this photo.
Based on the photo, you can observe the side profile of Mr. Chen, his left-hand side. You can see the picture of the drapery that's against the wall that's affixed, which is consistent with the same drapery that was there during the night we executed the first search warrant. The only thing that's not consistent in this photograph is that the bed appears to be in a different location at this point up against the wall.
What is metadata?
Metadata is associated data with pictures or different things that it's actually the data makeup of that image or device that could show potentially what cellular device, for a photograph, could show what cellular device potentially took that photograph, times, days, and sometimes if GPS location or location data is available or allowed to be available, it'll also give a timestamp and a estimated location of where that photograph was taken.
Is there metadata that's attached to every photo that you take with your phone?
Yes,
Is it accessible on a forensic download?
yes,
Was there metadata attached to this photo?
yes.
States Exhibit 118. So most of the jurors probably have not seen this before. Can you just describe what we're looking at here?
We talked about the Cellbrite program, which is the forensic tool used to extract the data off the cellular device. They actually have a program to allow us to read that data as it's extracted. So you will see at the top that it states extraction report, Apple iPhone, and Cellbrite. This is how that, when you're viewing it on a computer, that you would actually see at the top of the screen. In it, it's going to show that specifically this photograph's metadata is portrayed with the thumbnail of the actual photograph itself. You will see here the name that the device is given that photograph. Essentially, it's going to show the location of where it identified that photograph being located on that device. On the right-hand side, the additional info, it's going to identify the size of the photograph in terms of how much data that it takes up on the cellular device. Then it's going to give these times here. Specifically, it will show created date, modified date, and assessed date. those can be different depending on, what's done with that photograph, if it's edited. It can show different things, or even if there's success, whether it's pulled up in a different program or, if it was done anything else. And this down here, the source file, once again, shows the location of where it's stored on the device.
When was this photo created?
This photo was created, was identified as being created on November 20th, 2022 at 9:18 p.m. Now this says UTC +0. So essentially, at this time period, UTC, Universal Time Zone, it's basically, it would be, I think at this time it would actually be 5 hours. It would be closer to 4 p.m. before 18 because it doesn't have the conversion for the time at that point.
So the time's not exactly right on this, but the date would be based on UTC.
Correct.
Okay. Is this a photo that you located on Jason Chen's cellular device?
Yes, that's correct.
This is exhibit 119. Pretty obvious what we see here.
Correct. So, and holding them, sorry, with
Was-
the identifiable bracelet.
Was metadata attached to this photo in Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, it was.
Again, without the details, because now the jury sort of knows what metadata looks like, sort of summarize for them what this information means, especially now that we sort of have two separate, on the right-hand side, we have additional file info with items below it, but then we have metadata below that. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, I was explaining the metadata that can be associated a lot of times with photographs. In this forensic report, it identified that essentially the camera that took the photograph is an Apple. Camera model is identified as an iPhone XR as being the camera model. The capture date, which essentially this photograph was taken, was July 23rd, 2021 at 4:51, 11 seconds p.m. It's identified as pixel resolution at the time that the photograph was taken. Also the typical resolution on screen up to 72 per inch. And it showed it had a horizontal or normal fixation.
Why would that information above that show that it was created, modified, and accessed on 11/28/2022?
This would show its actual physical creation date at the bottom, as identified via the forensic report. At the top, it's essentially showing that this photograph has been created, modified, and accessed at a different time. It's identifying that this is the original data capture of when this actual picture was taken. And essentially this photograph was potentially imported, sent, uploaded. It was placed in another program. And it actually identifies the source file here, where it says JSON Mobile Library SMS, which is a formatting of text messages. And it shows that it was placed in as an attachment. And then it has this metadata associated specifically with the photograph.
Were you able to locate on Jason Chen's phone photos in his photo file that were screenshots of text messages?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury about those text messages?
Yes, I observed Jason Chen and the phone number of that of the victim. It identified the phone number at the top of the photo.
It's weird, Judy, but it's a thing where I don't know if it's still as much of a thing, but it used to be a thing on Facebook that they called it food P word, where every time you went out to eat or went to a restaurant or ordered food or whatever, that you took a picture of your food and you uploaded it to Facebook. I don't know if other apps did it, but it was a thing. And my goddaughter was especially into it. And it was like, every one of her posts was like what she ate at whatever restaurant she was at. And it got to the point and it was like, good Lord, Jackie, can you please post something else? I'm tired of seeing what food you're eating. But yeah, it was a thing. I don't know if that's why he took that picture, but yeah, it's stupid.
Photographs. I'd say 423-664-2024. There are multiple screenshots. I believe August of 2021 to I think the latest screenshot goes to with the time depicted in the actual photograph of where it has a timestamp when something was sent or received is November 23rd of 2022.
Do you know of any reason why Mr. Chen had screenshot photos of his conversation with Jasmine Pace?
I can tell you that the actual text conversations were not recovered from the device. Did not recover these text conversations between Jasmine Pace's cellular device and Jason Chen's. The only communications that we observed were the screenshots. So the screenshots were the only evidence left over of the content of this text message.
What does it mean that you couldn't find the actual conversations themselves, only the screenshots?
I reviewed the contents of the forensic extraction to include the timeline, which essentially is a timeline of all activities on a device. So whether it's a log that's turning the phone on, your phone communicates with towers all the time, provides location data. Also, when you're using the internet, it provides location data, essentially website searches, it shows text message calls, all those things. This portion of the forensic report did find these conversations within the device. I also reviewed other potential ways, such as call logs and things, and trying to find any ways that these were associated with that device. Like I said, that sometimes things can be recovered in the forensic extraction. Sometimes it has the ability to recover things that were deleted, and a lot of times it is not. So the only evidence at the time we had of the actual content were the text messages, because the actual text message were gone.
States Exhibit 121. Do you have an iPhone?
My wife has,
Do you have experience with iPhones?
I did.
Have you worked, when it comes to downloads, have you worked extensively with iPhones?
Yes, they're about 50% of the phones we do.
If an iPhone sends a message to an iPhone, what color is the text?
An iMessage, the way it's communicated in a iPhone would come up as a blue colored device. And if it's transmitted in green, it means either that device, the iMessage communications were not occurring. That could be for different reasons, such as the device was on, or that device that it's communicating with is not an iPhone itself and it's an Android style platform, which then you're not able to communicate via iMessage. You're communicating through a different platform in terms of SMS and MMS text messages.
What does it mean that, did Jasmine Pace have an iPhone?
Yes, per family's reports and our cell phone reports.
Did Mr. Chen have an iPhone?
Yes, that's correct.
What does it mean that these texts are green?
It means that iMessages weren't allowed to be completed at that time, essentially, whether it means the device change or that device didn't have the capabilities of communicating. So it could be a few things.
Based on other messages in the phone, were you able to determine what date these photos, the photo and the text were sent?
Correct.
What date?
It identifies, you want to have the pointer?
I'm sorry, I keep taking it from you.
The date itself, it's going to say Wednesday at 11:46 a.m. The way that it would identify it, essentially, if we were to look at the metadata, it would identify potential creation date or access date which would further give us the year range as well. So even though it's only saying Wednesday at 11:46, based on the screenshot, the metadata would show us the year that it was created in, essentially. So it shows Wednesday, 11:46, and based on my knowledge of metadata, that would refer to 2022, and that Wednesday, 2022, 11:46 a.m. based on the metadata would be November 23rd, 2022.
One second. Can you read the text messages there?
Yes.
And not the top, the two green ones.
Two green ones, starting down below. Says, good morning, slept like a baby, question mark. Made myself a matcha. Next one, starting at Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Question mark. And it says red directly under it.
Based on the location of that photo and those text messages, who were those sent from?
Based on how they were captured from the device, it appears they were sent from Jason Chen's cellular device to that of Jasmine Pace's cellular device.
Because that's Jasmine's phone number at the top.
Correct. That's Jasmine's phone number associated at the top. It just doesn't have her contact name.
States Exhibit 122. Does this person look like Jasmine Pace?
So if I understand correctly, he took an old photo, an old photo of him at Starbucks, and then sent it to her phone after she died to make it look like he was texting her that he was at Starbucks making a matcha and had no knowledge of what had happened to her. Is that what we're supposed to glean from that picture? Because if that's not it, then I'm confused.
It's Jasmine Pace.
Do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the bathroom located in apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
And was there metadata associated with this photo?
Yes, there were.
Can you just again briefly explain to the court, to the jury, what that metadata indicates?
Essentially, this metadata is identifying created modified dates of 11/16/2022 at 2:02 a.m. And once again shows where that photo is documented being taken from. And then you're going to see the pixel resolution and orientation as the picture was taken.
All right, while we're talking about cell phones, who requested Jasmine's cell phone records from Verizon?
The Chattanooga Police Department.
And how was that done?
Originally, with Jasmine Pace's cell phone records, we contacted Verizon. Verizon has certain requirements for exigent circumstances to provide those records without a search warrant in place. We applied for exigent, we filled out an exigent form, applied it to Verizon, and they granted us exigency based on their requirements. So Verizon then sent us Jasmine Pace's phone records based on exigency at the time.
Two documents, Investigator Crawford. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
The first one is a copy of the emergency situation disclosure, the action circumstance form I was disclosing. It's filled out. I filled out the form. I filled out the form for us knowledge and information. It's on the form and faxed that form to them. The second documentation is from Verizon, certifying the records that we received from them in regards to Jasmine Pace's phone number are certified to the best of their, they're custodian records and they're certifying those records.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be taken to exhibits. One is the 902 affidavit from Verizon.
It's, the next one, 124.
I'll make the Verizon emergency situation disclosure 124 and the affidavit from Verizon certifying the records 125.
124.
Looking at this certification from Verizon, is this something that they typically send to verify that the records they've sent are in fact what they are claiming to be?
Typically, we also request them to certify them as well, typically before purchase.
Okay. And can you see that there is a Verizon case number on that sheet of paper?
That's correct.
All right. You see this jump drive?
Yes.
I'm going to pop this jump drive into all right, you see the jump drive showed up on the laptop?
Yes.
All right, I just opened, will you verify that I just opened the jump drive that's in the side of the computer?
Yes. You do.
And do you recognize what is on that jump drive?
Yes, there's a folder for the associated Verizon case number along with the name certification. There's also an Excel sheet for Excel site CDR, current 4G VoLTE data with the associated number with Jasmine Pace. There's also a certification of records for the associated case number for Verizon. And then the final Excel spreadsheet is for SMS content associated with phone number 423-664-2024 and the associated dates that we requested.
And this, there's a number here that says certification. Does that number match the number from Verizon in the affidavit from Mark Moran?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be admitted to the next exhibit.
The jump drive is up
Yes, Your Honor.
to the 126.
Okay. At some point after all of this, were you notified of a discovery by the owners or operators of the Tremont Apartments?
Yes, I was.
What was that contact?
On January 5th, I was in contact with the managing staff at the Tremont Apartment, Tremont office. I had a conversation with the courtesy officer, Officer Clemens. After our original search warrant and after the case unfolded, we arrested Jason Chen and found Jasmine Pace. I knew that potentially at some point they may reclaim that apartment. Sometimes apartments will, kick people out for breaking lease agreements and such. I advised them that if such were to happen, if they could contact me, I'd like to do another walkthrough of the apartment, just to do a final walkthrough of some sort. I talked to them. They actually called me back a little over a month later when they notified me that they were actually doing a renovation of the apartment. Due to their wording was because the extensive amount of cleanup it was going to cost, they were actually just going to renovate the entire apartment. They notified me that that process had started, and they provided me consent to go back into that apartment. Subsequently that evening, I called the crime scene. I wanted them to come back out and potentially redocument it after if something else were to be found or located. Also, myself and Detective Seach responded, and the courtesy officer of the apartment complex, Jason Chen, responded as well to allow us further access to it, because I requested, once they provided that they had located potential items of evidentiary value to us, I requested that they stop until we had the ability to document those items. So they granted it and locked the apartment. I responded that evening just after 5 p.m. When I did another walkthrough, I located other pieces of evidence within that residence.
Had they begun to remodel, renovate that residence at the time that you arrived?
Yes, they had.
Let's get Crawford, if you don't mind. Let's do a photo. Is this an accurate representation of what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like when you returned after the apartment complex called you to tell you about potential evidence they found?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, this would be exhibits. I'd ask that exhibit 127 -1 through 127-17. This is exhibit 127-1. Investigator Crawford, if you can, again, just instruct the jury as to what we're looking at in this photo at this point.
Yes, this is a photograph from essentially standing within the bathroom area, looking back into the main bedroom or the single bedroom of that apartment. You can tell based on the other photographs that you've seen at this point that the flooring is different and items have been removed. At this point, you can see the subflooring. You can see a mattress pad and other objects that have been removed from the bathroom. That's the actual bathroom sink as well.
Sorry, I'm remembering these, Your Honor. (127-2). What do we have here?
This is going to be the carpet section from the bedroom. This is going to be the bathroom area leading into the bedroom. This will be the left-hand side. In earlier photographs of the original execution of the search warrant, the bed would actually have been located in this area right here.
So is this evidence that you did not find when you were in the apartment on the 28th of November?
That's correct.
Because the bed was there.
There was a bed placed over top. The other things that are different this time, at the time that the search warrant was executed, it appeared that the lights that were placed in there were aftermarket of some sort. They had a light of hue to them. It was not a very well lit apartment. So a lot of things we did by way of flashlight at the time. Once they reclaimed the apartment, they put new lights in there for the assistance of renovation. So it was a lot brighter. I could actually observe a lot more things at this point in time than having to use just a flashlight and then lighting the apartment. So we did originally look under the bed for potential items of evidence. In this picture with the lighting is such, it's obviously more clear that there is a dark discoloration at this point. That night, myself and crime scene investigators did not identify that.
And did it also come to your attention through other evidence that Mr. Chen's bed before 11/23/2022 was not in the position it was when the search warrant was executed?
Correct. When I re-entered the apartment after being granted by the apartment management to go back in and further process that scene with the well-lit lighting, I observed a few different things. Obviously, the dark discoloration was different than I originally observed. Not different, but I didn't observe it based on the lighting. Another thing is I could tell, originally I remember we talked about the potential, this splatter of some sort of an unknown substance. There's actually just above this picture, there's an oil stain a few feet off the ground that runs the length of it. I knew through investigative experience, through personal experience being a homeowner, that the length of it was consistent with the top of where your headboard meets the wall. When you sit up in bed, it's involuntary, but it happens. You rub your head against the back of the wall and an oil stain begins to build up there, especially for how long potentially you have for that item to place at that location. I observed that on the wall as upon entry, and instantly you will see in this area back behind what this is actually the tile that was taken from the bathroom area. It's just the bottom, the mortared section of the bottom of the tiles has been built back and left here. There's going to be the original bed frame still in that room. Most all the items were taken out by the family before the apartment was reclaimed. And then certain items were left there. So they were going to eventually get rid of that bed frame, but it was still in place during our discovery, which the bed frame itself, I observed it, the headboard to be consistent with the oil stain that I saw on the wall.
And then the jury's already seen Exhibit 117. This was a photo you located on Jason's phone, correct?
Yes, that would have been, I did not observe that photograph particularly until after this secondary going back to the scene, due to there was approximately almost 10,000 images in the cellular device.
What is the blue matter that you can see coming out from under the carpet?
That's going to be the padding between the subfloor and actual carpeted area. If you're not familiar, some carpet has it built in. Some, the way you carpet down, obviously you don't carpet directly on the subflooring because it'll be hard, it's not as comfortable to walk on. This is going to be the padding for the bottom of the carpet that was in place prior to them starting to cut some of the other areas out.
And underneath the blue padding would have been what?
Underneath the blue padding would have been the subflooring itself, the wood.
State's Exhibit 127-3. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
This is going to be the carpet section as it's pulled back. You can see I pointed out a reddish brown color, a discoloration in the carpeted area where the bed was placed earlier during our first search of the apartment. After the carpet was further peeled back, you can see a larger reddish-brown discoloration that's consistent with blood. And you can see that discoloration also then seeps directly back into the carpet or to the padding as well.
Based on your experience as a homicide investigator, what does that substance look like to you?
Blood.
State's Exhibit 127-4. Just a closer up photo.
Yes, that's correct, with markers in place to show the size of the section itself.
Were those markers placed there by the crime scene unit?
Yes, by my request.
Did they collect that item?
Yes, they did.
State's Exhibit 127-5.
It shows the carpet padding as it's been pulled up to further reveal the suspected blood that is now seen through the carpet, the padding, and onto the subflooring itself. You'll see the two major sections where it's seeped all the way down to the wood section itself.
Oh my God, it
State's
went through the
Exhibit
padding to the concrete.
127-6.
It is another photograph of the subflooring from a different angle. This is actually the other side of it, with markers to give size and relevance.
State's Exhibit 127-13.
At this point, you're going to see the bed now fully assembled. So the bed was there, the bed frame was there, the mattress was still there. Myself and crime scene investigators requested that we put the bed back together to see if we could further depict the details of what happened, during this incident. After putting the bed frame back together, we then placed it on the wall in the area that I believed that the potential long-term use of that bed frame to be used based on the discoloration of oil stains on the wall, which then it made it more consistent with the blood pattern located on that day. We inspected that bed frame further. It's assembled. We inspected the bottom of that bed frame to see if potentially could we rule out that bed frame was up against the wall and someone was stuffed under there. We didn't see any blood transfer to the underside of that bed frame. The only blood transfer that we observed was on the side of the frame that's consistent with somebody being placed on this side of the bed.
All right, now we're seeing what you've been describing in 127-17. Can you just explain that to the jury briefly?
Yes, you can see it more clearly here. In this picture, it looks similar to a shadow, but it's actually from this section here, just above here, it's going to be dark discoloration that's consistent with like oil stains from hair, body, and things like that, such as touch that you normally will have. As you can tell, as the bed frame falls off, so does the dark discoloration, and it does such in the other way as well. So it's very consistent with the bed frame in place and that they've been in place there for an extended period of time.
127-11, just a further, a more distant photo of the entire bed as you put it together there in the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This would be exhibit 127-16, just from the other side of the bed. Again, the same markings where you pointed out before, wear and tear on the wall.
Correct. And the difference here is you can actually now see the shadow that's created from the bed in the light, this dark strip here. You can see like how it gets darker here, and it's not, this is not a shadow, this is an oil stain on top of here. Just to show, and to be honest, most of it's concentrated on this side of the bed frame, where it would be typical if a single person resided there, that you only have one side. Most people have the side of the bed that they typically pick, especially if you have a significant other and you sleep there every night. It's consistent with that with a single person.
And lastly, 127-10, you mentioned that there was what looked like discoloration that resembled blood on the bed frame. Can you explain where this photo was taken?
Yes, this is going to be on the side of the bed frame. When we were looking at the picture of the bed itself fully assembled, it would be on the left-hand side about halfway up. There is the dark reddish brown discoloration on the fabric of the bed frame that is consistent with blood.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Melissa, you missed it. There's a picture on his phone on Jason Chen, July of 2021, and it looks like he's in a Starbucks making a matcha, and he sent it to her phone on November 28th, like if he was there in Starbucks and he's texting her like, "Oh, I slept like a baby. I'm just at Starbucks making a matcha." And the metadata on the picture shows that it was actually taken in July of the year before. That's the big takeaway so far from this morning. They've just been going through his arrest and all of
Ladies and gentlemen, almost
evidence
noon.
that they found.
Being set up in the jury room now. We'll take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes, it's 12. Let's try to resume the trial at 1 p.m.
What time did he say to be back? I missed it. Yeah, big time consciousness of guilt. He did all kinds of things to cover it up. He didn't go back to his apartment. He went to his parents' house. They searched his parents' house. They arrested him. They made a big deal. He had a hat that said, "Anything goes."
Thank you, Your Honor.
That they took a picture of him wearing it, then they took a picture of it by itself. And they didn't say anything like there was blood or anything on it. I didn't see any evidence on it. I don't know if they just took it because it has to do with alcohol, which I've heard of Hennessy. I don't know what it is because I don't do alcohol. But I guess that's why they took a separate picture of it. I don't know. But yeah, they don't connect the dots like that in trial to like closing. So I'm assuming if I was on the jury, that's what I would think. This has to be why they said that. Because why else would they be talking about a picture that was sent to her phone on the 28th? Because if he killed her on the 22nd, he knows that she's dead on the 28th. And then the metadata shows that the picture was actually taken the year before. And then there's a text message like he's making it sound like that picture was taken on the 28th. That's the only reason why they could have admitted that. They would have admitted that evidence. So I'm assuming she's going to include that in her closing argument. But I still want to know, I'm assuming he went to his parents' house straight after dumping her body and abandoning her car. I still want to know how he got from the condominiums where he left her car to his parents' house. Did he hitchhike? Did he Uber? Did a friend come pick him up? That's the one thing they haven't, not that it matters, but anytime there's a hole, like look at the Melody Ferris case. just the whole of, oh, she couldn't move him. He was too big for her to move. That almost got her found not guilty because that was a big hole. How could she have possibly moved the body? So when there's holes, there's doubt. So how did he get back to his parents' house? Although in this case, there is no doubt because he's actually saying he did it. I don't know why they didn't go for self-defense. It seems to me like this, it just seems weird that this is even at trial because he's not saying that he didn't do it. And he's not even saying that it's self-defense. Like, he's not trying to, I guess I can turn my camera back on. That was the wrong button. Like, he's not even trying to say that it was self-defense. I mean, he's saying self-defense, but he's not pleading self-defense, which I find strange. Meaning, if somebody was coming after you with a broken wine glass, wouldn't you try to get away from them and then call 911? Or if you felt like you had to use force for self-defense, wouldn't you do that and then call 911? But he's saying, if I understood opening statement correctly, he's saying he saw the knife and then blacked out, or made the first stab and then blacked out, and then came to and there was blood everywhere. That just doesn't sound right to me. Just doesn't. But yeah, he went. This is another thing that I don't understand. Why are you going to go to a bunch of different stores to buy cleaning products? They're going to know, no matter how many stores you go to, that you went to a store and bought cleaning products. So why are you going to go to a bunch of different ones? That's consciousness of guilt too. Why different stores? He went to Walmart and, was it Walgreens? And I thought there was another one, but we only heard from the Walmart and the Walgreens employee. I'm sorry. I'm being rude. I'm eating in front of you. But I didn't know how much longer till lunch. I was hungry. There was, like the guy said, more blood that he's ever seen in his career in that apartment. And he took screenshots of the text messages that I guess he wanted them to find. Like the one where he said, slept like a baby, made myself a matcha. But like the actual text string, the actual text conversation he deleted. And they weren't able to recover it. But he took screenshots of what he wanted them to see. So he thinks he's the smartest person in the room. And we were talking on Recovery Addict about, man, I wish I had a picture of that room. We were talking about all those pictures on the wall and how creepy they are and how serial killer it looks to have all those pictures on the wall. That is just, that's creepy. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. Oh, probably not because they're crime scene photos, but I figured they'd be all over the place because there's all kinds of articles about as it happens. Like, I was reading articles during the lunch break yesterday of what had just happened in court. I was like, how do they get this stuff out so fast? I don't see it anywhere. Maybe they're not allowed to show it because it's evidence. But man, those pictures are creepy. Creepy, creepy. Just pictures of people. I don't know if they're out of a magazine or if they're pictures he took. I don't know if he's stalking people. I don't know, but it's creepy. If I had been interested in him and like the first time I went over there, I'd be like, who are all those people in law? I think I'm gonna leave now. I don't think I want to stay in there. But and I mean, I don't know, when you're young and you're in love, that it's like addictive. It's like feeling it's not it's kind of like a drug in a way because it's chemicals. Like your body releases chemicals, and the first time you feel that, it's like you just know you're never going to feel that again with any other person, and you don't know that it's just chemicals from your body, and it's going to repeat the next time you find somebody that you like. I think that's the reason for so many divorces because I think that there are people that literally get addicted to that feeling of those chemicals in their body. And because when you settle down with somebody and get married, those chemicals, they go away, and you have to choose to love your partner every day because there's going to be some days that it's just like, why did I marry this person? They're driving me crazy. And now when the chemicals go away, that's when the real love starts. And you have to really love your person. And I think that's why a lot of divorces happen because people get addicted to that. They get in love with being in love, that chemical feeling. And so I think that a lot of young people, the first time they feel it, they don't look at red flags. And to me, that wall with all those pictures is a red flag. And I would have gone in there and went, nope. But when I was 22, maybe not. If I had seen that, I don't know. I'm also a huge true crime fan too, though. So my mind is twisted. There was, I mean, you know what I would have done if I'd been his attorney? Not that I'm saying he deserves to get off, but there is one woman. I mentioned it yesterday. I should have looked it up. She killed her boyfriend and her own dog because she used a higher concentration of THC. It was her first time using a higher concentration. And she went into a psychotic, like, fugue state, I guess. Killed her dog and her boyfriend. She didn't have to serve any jail time. She just got probation. And it was synthetic THC. They ordered it. So it was the kind that's not illegal. And in the catalog where it was ordered from, it said not for inexperienced users. That was their cover their butt thing by putting that in the catalog right there. And I guess it was her first time using the concentrated stuff. And she had some type of psychotic break from it. And they were able to prove it in court. And so she only got probation. I forgot the specifics. For the state. In Florida, being voluntarily intoxicated is not an excuse. Really? See, that's why I I use medical marijuana and we're far. And I live 45 minutes away from my dispensary. And there are times when I'm in so much pain that I don't even want to go. And my husband's like, but you need it now. This is why you need it, because you're in so much pain. Like, I don't feel like the drive over there. Because there are days when my back hurts so bad, every little bump in the road hurts. I'm like, I can't even go over there right now. So I was contemplating, because we have smoke shops that are right here in town. And I was contemplating trying the synthetic, and then I started hearing all these bad stories about how you can have a lot of problems with synthetic, and I'm like, oh no. No. I would rather be in pain than have some type of psychotic break. So I have enough problems without having a psychotic break. So I will just, if I'm out, I will just suffer, or, wait till we can go to Gainesville to go to my regular. What are you barking at? Is there a monster under the table? But I still haven't tried the more concentrated. I'm even afraid to try the more concentrated stuff. Because, I mean, I use it for pain. That I don't abuse it. I use it for pain. That's it. And I don't use it if I'm going to do anything. Travis said something the other day about, I think I was telling him something about something I had seen on Biggins about someone drunk driving or something. And he said something like, well, it's no different than you smoking pot and then going getting in the car. I'm like, Travis, I don't do that. I've never done that. And I was shocked that he would think I do that. No, I don't smoke it if I'm going to do anything. I'm like, I don't use it before I even do a live stream. I won't. No. It's for pain and pain only. I don't Mm-mm. No, because it makes me stupid. It takes away the pain, but it makes me stupid. So no, I'm not gonna use it just willy nilly. Absolutely not. What are you doing up again? I tucked you in. This dog. Where did Belle go? Did she go back to bed? Great. Now you're gonna want to be tucked in again. I was gonna try to set up like a doggy cam. You know how Alita has the well, I don't know if you know or not. Legal Bites has her dog Indy. She has an Indy cam set up because he has. I mean, she has a chair where she sits while Alita live streams, and I don't. These guys don't have a special place except for the bed in the bedroom. If my stepdaughters will come clear out the spare bedroom, I'm gonna have a studio in there, and then hopefully I'm gonna have like a bed or a chair or a futon or something like that. Hopefully they'll make that their space when I'm in there. And then we can have a doggo cam. Ooh, where is Shadow? Let me see if I can find Shadow. Here, all she has to do is see the treat and she will come. I want to, I want to see you. I want to see you. Come over here. Come over here. Come over by the microphone so they can hear you lick. Here. Quit being stubborn. Put your head up where they can see you. I cannot believe she knows how to hide from the camera. Doofus. I don't know how the camera is getting your tail and not your head. When I married Travis, I had 4 or 5 cats. I don't remember. And he had a puppy, a 5-month-old pit bull mix, which was a big dog at 5 months. And I'm allergic to dogs. And that puppy went with him everywhere. So this dog came to my house because Travis lived in Lakeland, which is like 2.5 hours south of me. So he came up here to visit and he brought the dog, which was fine. I like dogs, but I was allergic, so I hadn't been around a lot of dogs. So he made me a dog person. And I'm also allergic to cats, but because I had been around cats so much, I guess my immune system adapts to where I'm not as allergic. And that is what happened with dogs too. So I'm not as allergic. But when his puppy Daisy, when I was first around her, I would have to put a blanket or something in between us if I sat next to her because I would break out in hives. Sometimes with Spike, I still break out in hives. Like if I'm petting him, sometimes, but it sometimes I don't, and I don't know why. But it's not like a full blown allergic reaction to the point that I'm miserable or anything. So, and I just love animals so much. I don't care that if I had trouble breathing or something, that'd be one thing, but they're worth it. So Travis does not like cats. So all of my cats had died except for one. Out of her. Her name was Tribbles. And I was outside with the dogs one day and I heard meowing. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. So the next day, I went outside and I heard it again. And then that afternoon, when Travis came home from work, we were outside. And I heard it again, and he heard it, and there's kittens in our shed. And I was like, what? I knew I heard meowing. I thought I was going crazy. And he goes, no, there's a mama cat with two kittens, and I went in there to get something the other day, and she stood up and hissed at me, and I just walked out. So what had happened was, I guess, because there she is. I guess because Travis saw them, she went to move them, but for some reason she moved one and didn't come back for the other one. So Shadow, yeah, I'm talking about you. She was left all by herself. And I brought you in and saved your life, right? And you don't appreciate it at all, do you? You think you're in control of everything. Right? And the little dog growls at you all the time. She's rotten. That's how I got Shadow. And she likes Travis better than me. Man that doesn't like cats. But that's because they say that cats will like the person that ignores them. So, what happened to your friend's nephew, Melissa? If you're still here, did he turn out okay after whatever happened? Oh, that's sad. That's really sad. Yeah, I never had any desire to do any of that kind of stuff. In fact, I I admit that I did do it a couple of times right before it was legalized for medical, but I used it for medical purposes. I know that doesn't make it right, but um, I knew it was gonna get passed when I did it. It was like a trial run before I went through all the hassle of applying for a card and all that stuff because I kind of got it from my goddaughter. I was like, you know what? When you were little and I imagined you as an adult, this is not what I imagined. But the first thing I tried it for was my migraines because my husband said that he had it. My husband doesn't get migraines, but I guess he had one time and somebody gave him some, made his headache go away. It does not do anything for my migraines. I don't know why. I got a dot piercing, which is the it's the only piercing that's not named after the part of the ear that is pierced. So I don't even know what this part of the ear is called. It's not called a dot, but that's what the piercing's called. And it's spelled Daith. So it's not spelled like it sounds because it looks like date if you see it written out, but it's dot. So it's like a pressure point. So like acupuncture, I guess if you go to acupuncture for migraines, this is what they do. So and I've only got it in the one side. You don't have to get both sides done, just the one. And I have not had a super bad migraine since. I've had a couple, but not the kind like I had before, like dark room, nauseous, puking, kind of like leave me alone, don't talk to me, no sound, like not super bad like that. The worst one I had pneumonia, and I thought, "Oh, great, my earring's not working anymore. I'm gonna have to go get the other side. After all I've been through, all the cancer, all the surgeries, all the infections and hospitalizations, and all the many crappy things I've gone through, this hurt. This is probably one of the most painful things I've ever gone through. And I did not want to have to get another one. Travis, because they put me on this little like reclining table. It kind of reminded me like, well, like an exam table, like at the doctor's kind of, where you were like reclined a little bit. And I was gripping the sides of the table, like, like in fists, like gripping. And Travis was sitting across the room, and he said when she put the needle in there, he said my butt came up off the table, and I thought I was gonna pass out. Just been, I saw like black spots in front of my eyes. It's probably one of the worst pains I've ever had in my life. It was horrible. Now, granted, I've never been through labor, so maybe it's not that bad, but it was bad. But then a nurse told me, and I'm a nurse, but I had never heard this before, that I don't know why, unless it's because of all the coughing that you do, would give you a headache. But migraines are usually caused by the blood vessels in your brain. So I don't know. But and then I've had a couple more, And I don't know, at the house, that was in the hospital when I was in the hospital with pneumonia. At the house, I've had some, and they've been very, very mild. They haven't been bad at all. So, um, which those I can handle because I used to have one where they would even last, like, I've had them that have lasted days. So, but as far as other types of pain, joint pain, when before I had my shoulder replaced, if I hadn't had my medical marijuana, I would have gone insane because the pain and this shoulder was horrific. In fact, Belle, my dog Belle, she became extremely skittish and she still is a little bit afraid of me when I get loud because there was one night that it hurt so bad that I couldn't stop screaming and crying. And it was late at night, and I came out here and I sat on the couch and I just rocked back and forth. And I almost went to the emergency room. I was like, oh, what can they do? They can't do anything. All they can do is give me pain medicine. And I was dressed and I was almost out the door, and I was like, no, because the emergency room is the most miserable place in the world to be. If they can't help you, you don't need to go because it just makes whatever's wrong with you worse because you're miserable. So I was like, no, no, I'll, I'll write it out. And I did, and it got better. But Belle is now, if I laugh, like if we're in the bed and she's sleeping and I'm watching something on TV and I laugh really loud, she can be sound asleep and I'll laugh really loud and she'll lift her head up and look at me like, really? It's like if looks could kill, I would be dead. Like she can't stand any loud noises anymore. She's old, so I mean, I guess that combined with my screaming and crying in the middle of the night that scared her. So like now she's really super skittish and any loud noise scares her and is she'll be 15 this year. It's either March or May. I don't remember which month. It's one of the end months. And beagles live 12 to 14 years. So she's a geriatric dog. She's at the end of her life. So, and she has a chronic urinary tract infection. And last year we had her on, like, we had her on, I don't remember what they were. We had her on antibiotics for like 2 weeks, and then that didn't clear it up. We took her back to the vet, had her on antibiotic, the same antibiotic for another 2 weeks. That didn't clear it up, but now I'm seeing some blood in her urine again. So I'm kind of, I don't know what to do because now they want just to send a urine sample to the lab is $300. And we just don't have that kind of money. And I mean, if it was a puppy, that sounds so awful. I hate even saying that. And then if they do like the geriatric blood workup, that's thousands of dollars. Which, I mean, of course, right now we don't need to worry about the AC part. But come this summer, we're going to need the AC part in Florida. And the new unit's going to cost over $8,000. So we're going to be paying on that puppy for the rest of our lives, probably. So this is why you need to tell people about my channel, because I need to get monetized. I'm so close to being there. I've got, oh, I got another subscriber. I got 358 now. I'm blurry. Why am I blurry? Am I blurry to you guys? I changed quality. I'm still blurry. I'm not blurry on StreamYard, but I'm blurry on my YouTube. I know, I'm boring. I'm not a very exciting person. I wonder if there's anything that we can watch. What time are they coming back? Oh my gosh. Come on, StreamYard. I guess there's no sound. It's so cute. I want one. Aww. StreamYard. What do you have against hippos? That was my bad. I accidentally closed StreamYard. Oh my gosh, have you guys seen this bat? I did it again. I hit the wrong button. I was gonna show you that bat, but it was a short, and you can't share a short for some reason. Um, there's this bat. I guess it flew into a window, somebody's window or something, and it got a concussion. This is the cutest bat in the world, and this lady brought it and fed it a banana. It's eating this banana so fat, its cheeks are like out to here. It is the cutest thing. And like I guess she knew what she was doing. Like she's got gloves on and it's got it all wrapped up in towels and stuff in case it's got diseases or whatever. Like she knew what she was doing with it. But being in a banana and it's just chowing down on that banana, it is the cutest thing. That polarizes an LA wildfire disaster as winds intensify. That's ABC News. They will definitely. Oh, great. Now there's an Ozempic butt. There used to be Ozempic face. Now there's Ozempic butt. Well, I don't have a butt. Will Ozempic give me a butt? Then maybe I might start taking it. don't see anything you can watch. Unless we watch the hippo cam. Man, I was this baby left in hot car trial. There's no way. I would do that trial. I don't even want to think about that trial. Dark side of it. By the way, I am not on Ozempic. When I say I am on medicine for weight loss, it is not Ozempic. Believe it or not, it's a migraine medication that I was on before that didn't work for my migraines. I lost 30 pounds on it before, and it didn't work for my migraine, so they took me off of it. And then now that I wanted to be on something for weight loss, I got a prescription for Ozempic, but it would have been $400 a month, and I can't afford $400 a month for anything. So I called the weight loss clinic. Why does it always do this? I don't stop it. I've still got it playing in the background, but it's not caught up to the live. Like I paused it and it's not paused. So I called the weight loss center where I got my surgery done because the surgery never worked. The surgery worked. I didn't work. If you get what I mean. I mean, you still, it's a tool. Weight loss surgery is a tool. You still have to eat right. And I was like, oh, well, my stomach's smaller now. I should be able to eat whatever I want. I just can't eat as much of it. And no, you can, if you want to eat, you can still eat. And that's what I did. So I didn't lose any weight. I lost maybe 20 pounds after my weight loss surgery. Come on, StreamYard, quit being stupid. to turn my camera off again. Okay. Why are you're doing what I told you to do? I see it on YouTube and doing it on StreamYard. That's weird, but it's frozen on YouTube. This is a part of the show where StreamYard just crashes and crashes and crashes. You know, it's kind of remarkable that they got to go back and get that carpet out of that apartment. That was disgusting underneath that carpet. I wonder how many apartments people have moved into that there's been something like that under the carpet. Frost advisory just issued. Oh, 2 a.m. Okay. 2 a.m. to 8 a.m. Frost, not freeze. What's the temperature gonna be? I wonder if that's why they were renovating that apartment. But is that like, do they do that? I mean, but how often does that happen that somebody gets murdered? But like, is that, I don't want to say normal, but like, would that be standard protocol if there was something like that to happen in an apartment? It would almost have to be. Yeah, I would think it would have to be. I don't know that. Well, that's, you've heard stories about like, people buying houses and then they find like bodies in the walls of the house and stuff. I wonder if he's watching Scott's channel. I would hope so. I've lived in 2 apartments, and they were both pieces of crap, cheap apartments. The first one was the first time I moved out of my parents' house. I was there for 1 month. And that was when Danny Rolling did his murder spree thing in Gainesville. I moved back home quick. And then the second time I moved, I had lived with my dad till I was 33, and he was sick, and I had taken care of him. And then he got better, and I worked in Gainesville, which is like 45 minutes away. So I wanted to live in Gainesville, so I didn't have to drive so far. And I lived over there for 6 months. I sublet, that's why I had a 6-month lease. And then I got to thinking about it. I'm 45 minutes away. I don't want to have my aunt call me in the middle of the night and say, something happened to your dad, or your dad's gone, or something like that. I wanted to be here. So I bought a trailer and I put it on land next to my dad's house. So that was the extent of my apartment life. Other than that, I've always lived in a house or a trailer. I did live in a trailer for 5 years. And this house is the house that I lived in with my dad. My dad built it. And then I inherited it.
All right, so where we wrapped up before lunch was, you still see the picture behind you, the second entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so after this part of your investigation, what happened? So you testified that we located her body. And you went back in the apartment at the same time. What do you recall when this was again? You told the jury.
It's approximately January 5th.
So after. What are you doing as a homicide investigator?
First and foremost, trying to potentially discover more evidence in the case, such as executing search warrants on other pieces of evidence, trying to contact TBI in terms of processing further evidence in the case. Also, even though I was assigned this investigation, my duties as a homicide detective don't stop there with this investigation. So during the meantime, I'll also be assigned more investigations to include further homicides that come up in the coming months.
Would you have been looking for video evidence?
Yes, I was.
What is that noise?
With Jasmine Pace. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the real-time intelligence center is?
Yes, the Real-Time Intelligence Center is essentially it's a unit within the Chattanooga Police Department. In the city of Chattanooga, we have city owned and operated cameras that are also monitored by the Chattanooga Police Department that are placed through strategic locations throughout the Chattanooga area. Those cameras work in many different functions. Some cameras are fixed cameras. Most of our fixed cameras that we have will have essentially 4 cameras at that location that will look in 4 different directions to potentially try to cover that specific area with a 360-degree angle. Some of the cameras that were in place are pan tilt zoom cameras, and based on a timed rotation, that camera will pan out a view of the intersection. It will then zoom in for approximately 15 seconds before zooming back out, and it will complete that cycle until it's done 360 degrees. So sometimes we have cameras that are stationary and look at one angle the entire time. And sometimes we have a camera angle that shows part of something. Only when something gets good, it turns to another angle. But those cameras are, like I said, owned and operated by the city of Chattanooga. They're maintained by the Chattanooga Police Department, and the Chattanooga Police Department monitors those cameras. Also, with those cameras, they're given access to other officers to potentially monitor, deter crime, and see potential traffic congestion, those things as well.
When you say that employees of the police department are monitoring, Arctic, is it called Arctic?
Arctic is the abbreviation for real-time intelligence.
That's what it's called within the community, is Arctic cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say being monitored, are they being monitored in real time?
Yes, that gives the name. We have, depending on what time of day it is, we have Arctic investigators. They have a place inside the police station that has multi-TVs and camera angles that they will look at specific calls that come in. If a call comes out in a specific area, violence or burglary of some sort, they tend to access these cameras to get suspect information. And a lot of times when there's stuff that's not going on, there's one of those cameras to make sure that no potential crimes or something suspicious going on. But there's active investigators that are looking at those cameras. Typically, it's only filled by 1 to 2 active investigators at a time that are monitoring those cameras. And you can determine that the size of the city of Chattanooga, obviously, we can't get every camera placed throughout the city. But other investigators within the department also have access to those cameras as well.
So are you able to ask individuals that work in the Arctic Center to go back and look for video footage that they may have not seen anything nefarious at the time, but as an investigator, you can ask them to go back and pull up video for you?
Correct. We have, depending on the cameras and servers, when they're replaced, anywhere from a few days of video footage to up to a month of video footage can be stored at the time on the cameras before they potentially be replaced.
Do you know approximately how many Arctic cameras there are in Chattanooga?
It's ever expanding. I don't know the exact number. I would guesstimate over 100.
Would you describe them as helpful in solving crimes in Chattanooga?
Yes, video footage is extremely helpful. Obviously, if you can see it, it takes out the middleman in terms of getting access to that video. Sometimes when we use neighborhood canvases, we're trying to locate witnesses or video footage. You have to make contact with that business owner or that homeowner, and then not only once you make contact, receive permission to then have access to that video footage to potentially see if it captures anything. But in terms of the real-time intelligence center cameras, we have direct access to those cameras at all times. So we're able to review those cameras. Sometimes maybe we didn't get enough video footage, so we can go back and we can monitor that as many times or review it as many times as we want.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was an Arctic camera close to 110 Tremont Street?
Yes, I did.
How did that information come to you?
I'm very familiar with the Arctic cameras within the homicide unit. I'm somebody to rely upon when it comes to certain types of investigations. One of those is being the ability to review camera footage. So also familiar with the camera being placed at the intersection of Tremont Street and Fraser Avenue. It's actually most of our Arctic cameras, basically all, because of the power source they need, are mounted on electric poles placed there by EPV. So it gets direct source by the city-owned power. We have somewhere where they can mount it to, so the city has full permission to place those cameras there, place in public areas, and I knew there would be one approximately less than a block south of where Ms. Pace was last seen.
Were you able to request to see the video footage from that Arctic camera from the days of November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
I don't have to request that video footage. I actually have direct access to all the Arctic cameras. So I've pulled the cameras up myself since I have direct access, and I've used them on my laptop.
Were you able to retrieve video from that Arctic camera from November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
to orient the jury, Investigator Crawford. Okay. The jury has seen this several times. You recognize this area, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, we just saw the front of 110 Tremont Street. You're going to see Tremont Street as it bleeds down into an area of Coolidge Park. And you have Fraser Avenue, which goes from left to right or east to west.
What is that?
That is going to be one of our Arctic cameras. Typically, they are in block style for storage, communication. You can see the dome style bubble at the bottom. That's actually going to be our physical camera there. And this specific camera actually picks up, has still video, where it actually monitors different areas, such as the streets.
And is this the Arctic camera that you were able to pull footage from around the time of November 2022?
Yes, that's right.
And did you review that video?
I did.
It's on the list of Fraser Avenue, 1122, Fraser 1122. Stick this jump drive in this computer. You agree that you show the USB was entered?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is it footage from that Arctic camera from 11/22/2022?
Yes, that's correct.
This accurate depiction of the footage from that day as you saw it in 2022 or 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the 11/22/22 Arctic footage be admitted into evidence. Okay, this photo says Arctic 11/23. I've just clicked on USB.
Yes.
Okay, is this also footage from the Arctic camera that the jury can see on the screen behind me?
Yes, that's correct.
What day is this from?
It's from 11/23/2022 to 11/23/2022. It's from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m.
And that's noted on this video, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it also noted on the 11/22/22 video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that this be moved into evidence and statement exhibit. All right. Before we get to video footage, Investigator Crawford, I'd like to talk about the location of several spots we've talked about throughout this trial. 110 Tremont, you can see a little sliver of it on the screen behind us, correct?
Correct.
How far away from 110 Tremont is the Walgreens at which Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022.
Just a few blocks to the west.
And then from Jason's apartment to the Walmart where Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022. How far apartment to Walmart?
Less than 10 minutes.
How far from Jason Chen's apartment to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Approximately 15, 16 minutes.
How far from the Walmart to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine's vehicle was located?
15 minutes.
How far from Jason's apartment was Jasmine Pace's body located on Sud Creek Road?
Approximately 14 to 15 minutes.
How far is the Walmart from where Jasmine Pace's body was located?
Just a few minutes, 45.
So would it be fair to say that we're talking about a pretty small area of activity that we've spoken about throughout this trial?
That's correct.
All right.
Walking or driving? Minutes. Walking or driving?
Yes. Can we switch to prosecution laptop, Your Honor? I'll ask Investigator Crawford if you'll turn around. Before you start playing, Paul, Investigator Crawford, this is video footage from that arcade camera, is that correct?
Is that Nikola
that's
Tesla on the side of the
Similar to what
building?
you saw that I showed you on the laptop.
Yes.
Second from the
And,
left.
If you can see on the bottom there, does it have a date? Can you jump on?
Yeah.
Just showed a second ago. There we go. Is that date accurate?
Yes, it is.
Would that time be accurate?
That's correct.
So 11:42 PM.
Yes, that's correct.
Note that we are going to begin to play it, Your Honor, around 11:42, 40. What type of vehicle did that look like to you?
A Chevrolet Traverse.
And did it look like Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Traverse?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Chevrolet? A white Chevrolet?
Yes.
Okay. And when that vehicle pulled in next to the apartment building, what pull-in would that have been in comparison to Jason Chen's apartment?
This pulling here is going to be the parking lot area that's just south. So the picture we kept looking at, the street view of 110 Tremont Street, but actually to the right. To signify there's these signs here that are permanent. You can also see the trees over here. Essentially, the pulling location is kind of darker discolored here. That's the driveway to the southern parking lot.
You are familiar with the My Chevy app that the Pace family was able to view to show where Jasmine's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the time on this video match the time on the My Chevy app that would have shown her arriving at 110 Tremont on 11/22/22?
Yes, it's consistent with her travel there.
15-minute drive is not a walk for me.
Now let's
Maybe
move
for
on
him.
to 11/23, 2022. All right, can you pause it, General Moyle? What are we looking at here, Investigator Crawford?
This is a camera within the Walmart, specifically the 500 Cedar Mountain Road Walmart that was used earlier.
Do you recall when this surveillance footage was taken?
Yes, the date from which the surveillance was taken was from November 23rd, 2022.
You can play it down one. There's going to be another video from Walmart.
Look at the wrapping paper.
This same day, same event, just when Mr. Chen was checking out.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't see any cuts on his hands.
Those towels look like anything you've seen before.
Yes, they're consistent with the hand towels that we located in the top right-hand corner cabinet closet area of Jason Chen's apartment.
What color are Mr. Chen's shoes?
They're white.
Does that appear to be the same hat that Mr. Chen had on when you met him in Nolensville?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall the time of day that this video was captured?
Yes, he was in the Walmart area between 10:46 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.
And did it correlate, this video correlate with the receipt that was previously entered as an exhibit in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please continue to look? Does that phone look familiar?
Yes, it's same clear phone case with the same sticker on the back that's similar to the Boston College, along with the debit card that's consistent with what we located inside of his wallet in Nolensville. And
You can go back. Call to their. Did you see a time come up on Mr. Chen's phone that you can, that December 9th day is the date that this video was retrieved, correct?
correct.
Did you see a time on Mr. Chen's phone?
There is a time associated.
And here, in this photo, you can see Mr. Chen's wrist in this photo, correct?
Correct.
And does he have a bracelet on?
He does.
Does it match the bracelet that he had on in his matcha photo that he sent to Jasmine Pace?
It does not.
But that picture was, those texts were from the same day as this video, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Move on to Walgreens. So this video, there are two sets of videos were collected from Walgreens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Was one earlier in the day
Yes, it was.
and was one later in the day?
Yes, it was.
Is this video footage from earlier in the day or later in the day?
It's going to be the earlier video footage around 1:30.
Based on your knowledge, the date and time are correct on those videos as Walgreens testified.
Correct.
Okay. Got to see somebody walk in the door.
That would be a good idea.
Your Honor, we can't fast forward through these videos, so we're just gonna wait just a few minutes.
We need Brandy Churchwell to make us. No, she does charts. She doesn't do maps. Why go to different stores? How is that covering your tracks? Now they just know that you went to different stores to buy your stuff. I mean, seriously.
See an individual on that top right video. Investigator Crawford,
Yes, I did.
have you seen that hat before?
Yes, I have.
Did this transaction correlate with one of the receipts that we've already seen?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, briefly before we go to the next video. Based on your previous interactions with Mr. Chen, and then reviewing these videos, were you able to identify the person in those videos?
Yes,
Who is that person?
Jason Chen.
Do you see Jason Chen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for the jury?
Sitting directly across from me with a dark suit, a bluish tie, glasses.
In between two lawyers?
That's correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Chen has been identified.
So it looked.
Okay, so then we're gonna go back to real-time intelligence center video, Arctic camera footage. And Investigator Crawford, we are going chronologically. Can you pause this, gentlemen? Okay, so again, correct date on the bottom?
Yes, that is correct.
Is the time correct on the bottom?
Yes, there are object-based cameras that are synced in now.
Would that be 5:59 PM?
That's correct.
Mr. Chen's apartment right there to the right.
Yes, and this structure you can see just at the edge of this building is going to be his apartment complex. Just between here is the front stairwell and obviously the brush and then this apartment area over here.
Was that her car? I suppose he could have thought he needed something different and he could have been closer to Walgreens and didn't want to go all the way back to Walmart.
Let's hear Crawford. Is that appears to be a person with a suitcase?
Yes, in the area.
What just happened? That is on their end, guys. What? What just happened? Yep, that's on their end. Great. I meant the video stopping. I hope it comes back. Because I don't think Court TV is streaming it. I think only Law and Crime's streaming it. Yeah, and in the meantime, how much are we gonna miss? Like, is the feed gonna come back right in the middle? What now? You gotta go potty? Come on. Come on. Bye, come on. Bye. Come on. Come on. Come on, you gotta go potty? Come on. Come on. Come on. What? What do you want then? Come on. I wonder what happened. I wonder why they lost the feed. Oh,
Do you recall Scott Miller testifying that this time was also accurate?
Yes, I did.
this is that news channel, Judy, that had all the compilation stuff.
that white SUV, Investigator Crawford, was that SUV going in the direction of where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located at the Mountain Creek apartment building?
Yes, that is correct.
It hasn't switched over yet on YouTube. It should any minute now.
What we're getting to is about 8 minutes ahead of this, if the parties don't mind. That we
There it goes. Hopefully they won't strike me.
see that vehicle going pretty fast down that parking lot road.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify what kind of vehicle that was?
Yes, it appears to be a gray tan color Toyota Prius.
Okay, keep watching. Investigator Crawford, are there multiple entrances at the Signal View apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Where, in comparison to where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located, where would the other entrance have been?
Essentially, you have an entrance on this side, and then in between, this is the rental office, and back this direction is going to be all the apartment complexes themselves. Back this direction to the left-hand side of the video is going to be the rear part of the apartment complex. If you were to continue to follow around the rear of the apartment complex, and it takes you to the other side where essentially you have a minute entrance is this side, so you could exit or enter either side of the apartment complex.
Okay. All right, chronologically, let's go back to Arctic footage. 9:01 PM, 11/23/22.
Yes, that's correct.
What type of vehicle is that?
It's a Toyota Prius.
What is it flashing? It's flashers in front of.
In front of 110 Fremont Street.
We're going to run double speed off. Let's rewind that in normal speed. Okay, regular speed here and just get across it. What appears to be on that individual's head?
You can see what appears to be a light colored hoodie, some sort of holder top.
Back that one moment. Nothing further from the switch.
Well, that was stupid. Answered my question though. I like the prosecution, man. Is she thorough? And the thing is, she almost doesn't have to be that thorough in this case because they're not saying he didn't do it. But that doesn't mean it's time to get sloppy, though. I bet he's tired. My dad hated going to court when he was a cop.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Crawford. We're gonna start from the beginning. So, November 26th is when CPD first became involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that resulted in a phone call from the Pace family.
Correct. They called into County Police Dispatch, and then affecting that call.
And was that specifically related to the vehicle that we've seen?
Correct.
And, you were not involved at that point in time, but Officer Pierre was, correct?
That's right.
And from November 26th through November 27th, when did you actually become involved?
At 5:37 p.m. on the 27th, was the first time I was notified about Jasmine Pace when I was texted by Detective Jason Chen. Then approximately 30 minutes later, I was notified by my supervisor, Sergeant Henry, now Lieutenant Henry, notified me about the investigation, and that's when I was officially brought in to help assist.
So, was it your belief that Jasmine had been missing since November 23rd or the night of November 22nd?
At that point, I just had a basic understanding from what I was reporting by Sergeant Henry.
And from November 22nd through November 27th, CPD had not been to Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
I do not believe that's been testified to now.
When did you first go to Mr. Chen's apartment?
First went to his apartment on the evening of the 27th.
Had other officers been there prior to your arrival?
Yes,
And who were those officers?
there was a lot. Are we talking inside of his apartment or out of his apartment?
Let's start. Are you aware of the first time that law enforcement went to Jason Chen's apartment after November 22nd, but prior to your arrival on the 27th?
Yes.
Who were the first officers to respond?
Officer Justice, Officer Brasted, and Officer Craig.
And are they all three still employed with CPD?
No.
Which of those officers are not involved with CPD?
Officer Justice now works for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I'm pretty positive I had that interactions a little bit with Brasted and Craig and others, so we were employed with Chevy as well.
Now, when Officer Brasted and Craig and Justice, were all three of them there at the same time of the case?
They did. They responded. They weren't in the same vehicle, so they responded within a few minutes of each other before they made contact with the Chevy.
And when they made contact with the Pace family at Mr. Chen's home, was it your understanding that the Pace family had already been into Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to do an interview with the Pace family?
I did.
And you learned that information from them, that they had been in Mr. Chen's apartment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
They also say that they've been in Mr. Chen's apartment in the body cam footage that's located on Officer Craig and Officer Braced's body worn camera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes.
What date was that interaction with Officer Craig Braced, Justice, and the Pace family?
It was on November 27th, 2022.
And body worn camera is something that patrol officers wear, correct?
That is correct.
You as an investigator do not wear that.
No, I do not wear a body worn camera.
And when officers respond to calls such as this, does that body worn camera get uploaded into one of your evidence servers?
Yes, that's correct. Every video camera that records is automatically recorded, and as soon as it's docked, it automatically .com. The officer has no way, essentially, you charge the device, it begins to upload the device.
So when Officer Pierre responds to the Mountain Creek Apartments, he had body worn camera, he's a patrol officer, correct?
That's correct.
And it would have triggered to turn on the subway, correct?
That is correct.
And that would have been uploaded to evidence.com or something similar.
Yes, Davidson.
And so the same is true for Officer Creighton, Officer Bracelet, and Officer Justice, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you did say you had opportunity to review their body worn camera.
Yes, I am.
And we may have to this laptop. Actually, I'm going to. You recognize just the format of this video.
The format itself,
Yes.
yes, it's going to be the watermarked video footage that indicates that it's from an Axon body worn camera, consistent with body worn cameras that are research.
Okay, and specifically, what is the date on this, the date of time that are on this video?
It's November 27th, 2022 at 05:27 a.m.
And we've heard a lot about timing on other videos. This isn't accurate time marked on this video. correct?
That's
So
correct.
this would actually been taken at 5:27 in the morning.
Correct.
And you at this point do not know that this actually belongs to Officer Creighton, but you have seen this video in your case on it, correct?
I have reviewed his camera footage.
Yeah, right, we may have to this one.
No, this video being with your evidence.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I would like to have this marked as the next exhibit, which I believe is 129. That's 130.
Is that a jump drive?
It is going to be.
Okay, you're gonna let it follow?
So no, yeah.
Objection.
Investigator Crawford, behind you on the screen, is this what I just showed you on the laptop?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and it's marked at the top of November 27th, 2022, timestamp of 5:27:59, correct?
That's correct.
And Glenn? Investigator Crawford, I'm just pausing for 1 minute. Did you notice the door at the front?
The one on the left-hand side of the video?
Yes.
Yes,
And what was the number on that?
210.
And that's your understanding that's Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recognize the individual that's here in the video?
That is Katrina Bean on the right-hand side.
And that would be Jasmine's mother, correct?
That is correct.
Sure, if you want, obviously, there's no line. Oh, that Ryan food.
through, I believe you described it earlier as a shotgun layout of an apartment. So they have entered in through the living room, the kitchen area, through the bathroom. Where are they now?
One officer is in the single bedroom, and one officer from the view of the body camera is still standing within the bathroom area.
And what is the purpose of law enforcement walking into apartments like this?
Apartments like this,
This specific apartment, what was the basis for going?
the basis, I did speak with some of those officers later on. One officer described, I can't recall which one, but one officer described that they were notified that family members of the victim were inside the residence, and that they had left the residence. They advised that because the door was unlocked, they entered the residence to make sure that no more family members were inside there. Was notifying before the person.
So at this point, they're looking for family members.
Your Honor, I don't object at this point, it's just, it's all hearsay.
Um,
Are you offering what truth not asserted?
Well, no, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
The officers that are inside are, who's in the bathroom at this point?
I didn't see that part. Didn't see who was walking
Can
in.
you back up?
I would assume it's Grace did it from the view of Craig's body cam.
Can you see behind you now? We're at 528.
It appears to be Officer Grace.
And the bedroom is where they are, correct?
One is inside of the bathroom area and one is inside of the bedroom.
Let me clarify. Officer Brayston is in the bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
The bed is to the left. You can see that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On the bed, do you see a knife?
From the angle that we see, I do not see none.
Well, it's kind of hard to see.
Spaces. They're always covered or open. See that? Yeah.
I get to see the knife on the bed in the picture.
Goes backwards on the main table. So, get down here. That's definitely down. Registration. Yeah, I wish they hadn't done that. There's her stuff. Doesn't look like they were in a hurry. Oh, shoot. All that stuff, low-ish, is a driveway. Not a lot they're doing here. Just that seems so far. Yeah. Very well. Appreciate it. And I know what should be familiar.
Robert, who were the parties that were like the hallway when the officers were fixing, or did you see that?
Very quick, I believe it was Katrina Bean and Travis Pace.
When did you do your interview with the Pace family?
My first interaction with the Pace family was at the Police Service Center on November 27, 2022, just after 7:30 p.m.
Was that AM or
PM.
And so going through, you get a phone call from, or a text, I believe you said, from Investigator Siege, 5:30 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
And how long, did you reach out to the Pace family and ask them to come to CPD?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I was notified that the first notification that I received, official notification, would have been through my supervisor, Henry, at the time. He reached out and said that missing persons was needing potential assistance in an investigation. That's when he disclosed it, and I knew what he was referring to based on my interaction with Detective Siege. We said that we would respond there to speak with the missing persons investigators about potentially what type of, what kind of case they had at the time, what kind of evidence, what the family said, because it appeared up front that there may be suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. Once I arrived at the Police Service Center, whenever I spoke with Investigator Cohen, was the first notification that I was notified that the Pace family was arriving at the Chattanooga Police Department. So that's when I talked to Investigator Cohen, and just after 7:30 p.m. is when I had first contact with Pace.
And so when you get to the police department, you've met with Tumlin, had the missing persons department or unit, have they made any progress with attempting to locate Jasmine?
I would say that there wasn't much progress in the investigation at that point.
Have they conducted any other interviews with the Pace family, or was this the first one?
To my knowledge, they had a interaction over the phone. I don't know the exact details of what was said.
And when you are at CPD and you're meeting with the Pace family, have they indicated to you that they had been to Mr. Chen's work?
Yes, they did.
They had told you that they had found the Chevy, correct?
Yes, they did.
At that point, had they been able to get her phone records from Verizon, Jasmine's phone records?
No, at that time they made contact with Verizon to get her phone number switched over to a new device in an attempt to access her My Chevy app. But to my knowledge, they did not receive her full phone.
How long was the Pace family with you at CPD?
They approximately 7:30 p.m. is when they first arrived at the Chattanooga Police Department. Around 10 p.m., we requested to go to their residence at 5977 Old David Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, to then, with their permission, document her primary residence and see if there's any evidence for her.
Were they being interviewed, or were you discussing things with them for that full 3 hours?
I wouldn't say full 3 hours, but the first hour and a half, there was continued questions and dialogue with the family. As I received the information, myself and Lieutenant Emery were asking of the families different questions about what they discovered or different dynamics of the family. And I was relaying that information to Detective Siege, who was assisting with the investigation to help people preserve things.
I was too until it stopped. Did it come back on?
At a certain point, I requested that the location of have patrol officers placed on that to make sure that we could attempt to secure it in lieu of getting a search warrant for that apartment.
When did you do that?
It was at approximately 8:20 p.m.
So as of November 27th, 8 o'clock at night, the apartment had not been secured, even though law enforcement had been there the day before, correct?
The level of security I'm talking about is that typically you have eyes on the apartment itself. To my knowledge of how the doors work at that apartment complex, they do automatically lock once pulled to. They also have a deadbolt function as well. It's my understanding how we treated it and how we encountered it, having to use a courtesy officer to use a key to get in the apartment. The level of security I'm talking about is the actual physically putting a patrol officer or patrol officers around the apartment to see, because we're looking for Jasmine, we're looking for potentially Jason time as a potential interview, we're looking for both their vehicles. So we're trying to see if any of those people were to come interact with the apartment. So that's the level of security.
My question, and that's for your property, did CPD take any steps to actually preserve Mr. Chen's apartment after law enforcement on November 26th, other than sitting outside watching the doors?
They shut the door.
Okay. But we know that the Pace family had gotten in and they were not residents there, correct?
Correct.
So there's no crime scene tape, there's no seals that are placed by CPD, correct?
No.
When did you get your search warrant?
The search warrant was signed off just before 11 p.m. I was notified by Detective Siege that the magistrate had signed the search warrant, granting access into any search and seizure of apartment 2 and 10 at 110 Street. After being notified, I subsequently called Officer Clemens to have him respond there because he has the master key to the apartment. He responded, and once he responded, then we executed that search.
How many times have individuals been into the property to your knowledge prior to the search warrant being executed? Let's look now. We know at least 2 officers are in the video, Officer Craig and Officer Brixton, correct?
Correct.
You have been indicated by the Pace family that they have been in how many times?
I believe for sure twice by their statements. Some of the recollections, whether it was 2 or 3 times during that first interview as well.
And how many of the Pace family members have went into the apartment to your knowledge?
At that time, I was notified, I believe it would have been 3 family members and a family friend.
So 4 individuals plus at least 2 CPD officers,
Yes, that's correct.
6 individuals.
Correct.
Typically, in a potential crime scene, is there a crime scene log and it indicates who all's been in the apartment, or who was in the apartment in this situation? Was there one done for this?
Yes.
Did it note that the Pace family members have been in prior to law enforcement, or does it just start once you establish the crime scene?
Crime scene log is not in place until we've established a crime scene location. It wasn't until the homicide unit was brought into the investigation and went over the details of the case that we deemed apartment 210 to be a potential crime scene location at that time.
So you testified earlier, I'm going to pull up. May I have the element here? I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 42 by the state. This is as soon as you're walking into Mr. Chen's apartment, right? Under the
creepy
right
wall.
Yes, that is correct.
The general had asked you, when you walked into his apartment, if you were able to smell marijuana.
That's
You
correct.
indicated no, correct?
That's correct.
At this point in time, what is, now, let's ask this. How long had it been since Mr. Chen had been in the apartment? At the time that you did your search warrant?
I had no idea.
Now you know, correct?
That's correct.
Had it been at least 5 days?
No.
4 or 5 days?
No.
How long had it been?
Based on my knowledge, I believe that he essentially entered that apartment less than a few hours from his photograph.
What do you base your knowledge on?
So, all right.
Does the cell phone record actually show him in the apartment or in Chattanooga?
the general area of the apartment.
Does it show him in actually 108 or 110 Tremont, like for Jasmine Pace?
No, it just, throughout the investigation, phone records have been correlated multiple times based on the other video footage. So I based it on the high probability that throughout the investigation, when he arrived at a location, we had video footage. Subsequently, we were able to track that phone and send to one location. In this specific case, I did not see him on video footage, but his phone tracks back to the area. That's what I was basing on.
Did you go back through the Arctic cameras to see if his car was located, like you did on the 22nd or the 23rd?
Yes,
Did you see him at the apartment on the 28th?
I did not see his vehicle.
Did you see him enter the apartment from Tremont at all on any video?
I could not 100% identify anyone.
So you're speculating that he was there, possibly hours before you did the search warrant, correct?
Saying his cell phone was in the area.
But nothing that actually shows that, correct?
Besides the cell phone areas.
Which doesn't indicate that he's actually within Tremont, correct?
No, it just puts him in the general area.
Okay. So I'll have you look behind here, and I'm going to zoom in over to the desk here. Could you tell me what's on the table?
There are multiple objects on the table.
What are they?
Starting from the right, there appears to be a bottle of hand sanitizer. There appears to be a bong-style device that can be used to smoke hemp, THC, HHC, any type of liquid product. Appears to be some lotion, 2 glass containers. Gets further in, kind of gets jumbled in. There's a box of Band-Aids, computer monitor, speaker.
And the bong that you're talking about, is that the glass device that says boss on it?
Yes, it's this object right here.
Was there any other indication of marijuana within the apartment?
I did not observe, I didn't have any smell. I don't believe I observed shake. I don't recall any other signs of marijuana in the apartment.
I'm going to take you to State's Exhibit 83.3. You indicated here that these items were located at the dumpster outside of Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items actually recovered by CPD, placed in the property?
Yes.
Were those items sent off for testing?
These specific items, no.
Do you have anything that indicates that any of these items belong to Jasmine Pace?
No, we had not received testing due to TBI.
Now, earlier you had mentioned the pants had the blood stains, the sanitary napkin was similar possibly to one that's recovered in the inmate's office, but nothing in your investigation has shown you that any of this stuff belongs to the space, correct?
No, it's not direct.
Who actually retrieved the items when outside the dumpster? Was it the-
It would be Investigator Johnson with the crimes unit was the one that documented and Investigator Brown was there. At that point, whenever I notified them of those objects, and they responded to then do the collection further. I was there for the photographs, but I was not there for the collection. I was assuming it would be Investigator Johnson.
We're gonna go back into the apartment. What is the search going to allow for you to start off at this now? Thank you. When you were executing the search warrant, what did the search warrant allow for you to do?
It allowed us to enter the residence, it allowed us to collect items of evidence that were listed on the search warrant itself. So essentially allowed us to enter the apartment, allowed us to essentially search and look for evidence. Evidence is located in Suitcase.
And earlier you testified that you saw blood.
Correct.
And where did you see that?
Throughout the apartment.
And specifically, you said to the, what was the term you used about the actual way that you saw it originally, without any lighting, without any chemicals? You saw spatter somewhere, correct?
Correct. I used for the initial walkthrough, I did utilize a flashlight. It was low light in the apartment at the time. I utilized my personal flashlight to see the blood, there was some blood.
Did you ever bring in any auxiliary lighting to have additional lighting in the apartment?
The crime scene did bring in some of their own auxiliary lighting, but it wasn't lighting we typically need for a room.
And, when the Blue Star was administered, it showed traces of blood in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, after using the Blue Star, were you able to notice anything about the directions of the blood marks?
They're multi-directional.
Specifically how?
There's several different things. In the directions of it, you have in the living room area, you can see a potential footprint that shows the direction. The flooring itself, is because of how concentrated it is. It's hard to tell directional because it's essentially the photographs will never do justice in terms of what you visually see in terms of Blue Star because of how you have to capture it in such low light. As we saw, there's difficulty in the two different screens and showing its ability to show that the luminescent light and color. So it's hard to tell what the bigger quantities. I can tell you that there's also reactions on the walls, which showed a downward trajectory, running downwards.
Was there any indication that individuals have walked through the blood contaminating the other portions of the apartment?
There was evidence that someone was walking in blood. Yes.
And you don't know who that was?
No, I can just have to tell you about what the incident was like.
Did anything about the directionality of the testing that you had tell you anything specifically about the case?
Yes.
Once you completed the Blue Star, did you complete a Castle Meyer testing within the home?
I requested for Castle-Meyer testing to be done on specific areas throughout the apartment. Some areas were positive, some areas were negative.
What is Castle Meyer testing for the benefit of the jury?
Castle-Meyer testing is essentially it's testing done to suspected blood. I will butcher the chemical that's used. I believe it is phenolphthalein. It's a chemical substance that's applied with hydroxide. That essentially makes a chemical reaction with the substance that you apply to the suspected blood. If it's positive, it gives you a pink substance that shows you a presumptive positive test for blood.
And did you conduct a control test before administering it to the apartment?
We control test Castle-Meyer.
Yes.
I don't conduct any of those tests.
Were you present when this was done?
I was not present for the Castle-Meyer testing. I requested to be done. I got notified about different places specifically, and the Castle-Meyer test wasn't done on the larger sections of suspect blood.
Who did do the Castle Meyer test?
I'm not sure. I was requested to the crime scene and alluded to the crime scene investigators that were there was crime scene investigator Johnson and crime scene investigator Brown.
And were their reports submitted
Yes.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
But you don't recall which of them did it?
I don't recall.
But somebody did do it, correct?
I know that Kastmeyer testing was conducted.
What date was it that you went to Nolensville?
The first date that I arrived in Nolensville would have been on the November 29th, 2022. I arrived in Nolensville at around 11:40 p.m.
And you, when the state had asked you earlier, you were asked to describe Mr. Chen's demeanor. You described him as defensive and calm.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that he was both?
Yes.
What was specifically, had you met Jason Chen before that day?
No, I've never met him.
Had you had any conversations with him prior to being in Nolensville?
No.
So do you know if this demeanor was out of character for him?
Council approved.
And Your Honor, I may have, the ammo on one today. Investigator Parker, just to clarify something, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, exhibit 85. This is the photograph that you have described as Jason Chen and his father in the doorway at the Nolensville home, correct?
Correct.
When you were testifying earlier, you said that he was walking away. Was he trying to leave you, or was he placing his jacket on because he was leaving you?
We allowed him, there was inclement weather at the time that we made contact with the Chen family. He requested to grab a jacket and shoes, which we walked with him, but we allowed him.
So he wasn't leaving.
No, he wasn't walking away from the conversation.
When you, when he was taken to Nolensville, were you still in Nolensville, or were you back in Chattanooga?
I was, the entire time that he was at the Nolensville Police Department,
You said
I was still in
yourself.
Nolensville.
Who were the other investigators that were there with you?
Detective Siege, Detective Slaughter, and Sergeant Miller. Those were the ones that Chattanooga Police Department homicide division.
And when you, at some point, you were requesting phone records related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And, Your Honor, we may turn that quickly off. Jason's phone was recovered in Nolensville, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we were able to do a forensic download on that phone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you also obtain phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's who Jason's provider was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you receive those phone records?
We received those phone records, it's two parts. Part of the phone records is historical data, and then the other part was the real-time ping location data from T-Mobile to provide updated locations, but not historical data. We started receiving his phone records on the late evening hours of the 28th, but they were only real-time ping locations and not historical data to include call records and text messages.
And to clarify, you mean November 28th, the day after, or the day after search warrant?
Correct. November 28th is the first part we start receiving real-time ping locations. And it's not until December 1st, around 8 o'clock in the morning, that we receive the rest of the historical data for Jason Chen's phone records.
Now, did you receive text messages for Jason's phone?
We received the call record detail with text message logs.
And the text message logs would include any individual that he had been texting
via certain services. I can't say any because with iMessages, you have the ability to communicate via Wi-Fi, and it's not recorded through your network. So whatever was based on his cellular provider's records, so using their towers through their service, would allow those text messages to be translated, because there's ways that you can essentially text via iMessage over Wi-Fi that you don't need your cell phone.
Did you receive messages that showed that Jason and Jasmine have had a number of conversations?
I did observe different things that they had conversations.
In the records that you got from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes, T-Mobile did indicate they had conversations.
Do you recall approximately how long those conversations have been going on?
From his phone
Periods
records.
of time, yes.
His phone records were only for about a week time frame, so I believe it goes back just a few days prior to her disappearance.
Um, one moment.
What are we waiting on? I'm hurting, guys. I'm having trouble concentrating.
With, which of the investigators with CPD requested the records from T-Mobile?
Detective Oakley in the homicide unit actually submitted the search warrant for Jason Chen records.
And is he still with the homicide unit within CPD?
Yes, he is.
I'm gonna go through back to you. You went back through in January of 2023, correct, for your second walkthrough.
That's correct.
What was the purpose of that? Just because the lighting was different?
I had beliefs at the time of different circumstances around the investigation that we hadn't had potential for further testing them on certain things. I was still attempting to get into other technologically related instead of using video footage. I had a belief based on the photographs we were originally taken that there was a potential chance that furniture had been moved prior to my arrival at the apartment with the execution of the search warrant. I wanted to go back to see if this needs confirmed, and also wanted to see if potentially, knowing that a lot of times when a crime like this has been committed at a location, for them to have the potential ability to rent that apartment out again, they'll do a complete renovation, which I know that sometimes, ripping up hardwood floors or breaking up drywall, it could potentially deliver further evidence when somebody's showing a pattern of attempting to cover up evidence. I thought there may have been chances that further evidence may have been covered up.
And when you went back in January, were there individuals from CSU or crime scene there with you?
Yes.
How many individuals were there with you when you went back?
Two.
Now, I know earlier you mentioned that Blue Star was done and the Castlemeyer testing was done originally in November, correct? Are you aware if there was any additional testing that was done in January?
Such as Blue Star or Castlemeyer?
Yes, or like the crystal violet, the liquid crystal violet, any of the additional testing done then?
No, most of the flooring was already started to be taken up. Things had already been started to remove. So we took the larger items which showed evidence of potential blood.
Now, in November, are the only testings that you're aware of being conducted by someone on your team? being either the Blue Star or the Castle Fire. Was there any additional testing done, such as a crystal violet, or that would have potentially caused spillover for the substance to get larger,
Larger.
to spread, to run?
There was no further, anything applied to that apartment, to my knowledge, in terms of, the testing methods. After we cleared that apartment on, November 20th.
And so no further testing was done on January. It was just pulling up.
It's possible that the Castle Meyer may have been performed at that time, based on the fabric, located on the bed. But it's a small drop of water. I'm not aware of the visual.
Were you present the entire time that the issue was in the apartment in January?
No. There were times that I was speaking with management there on scene while crime scene was doing documentation. So I can't say that I watched the crime scene the entire time.
Now, a few months ago, when we were talking about the Blue Star testing, you had mentioned footprints. At least one. Where was that footprint?
In a living room area on the floor.
Was that the only footprint that you observed in the Blue Star testing?
In the Blue Star testing, I believe that one section, after it was, Blue Star testing was conducted after swabs were taken of the suspected blood. We typically will take swabs of those things first for the proper collection prior to testing being done for the potential chance of dilution or anything else. So we documented, we photographed, we collected, and then Blue Star was administered. Search warrant began at 23:45 or 11:45 p.m. on November 27th. And it's not until approximately 7 a.m. the next morning when Blue Star was
From your, or just,
I believe I listed.
were they the same, different?
They were different footprints based on that it wasn't the same one.
For some reason, it was more interesting on direct. Now that it's cross, is it because she's not as dynamic of a lawyer? Is it the tone of her voice? What is it? It's just not as interesting now. I also am in pain, so I'm having a hard time concentrating. But I have questions. So, and please forgive me, you guys. I have fibromyalgia, and when I hurt, my brain goes wonky with it. So, she's saying there's a footprint in the Blue Star. Is she saying that that is from the family, so it's contaminated? But so it's blood from her that he killed. So I don't understand the point. Or is there even a point? And did they ever come to a conclusion about the supposed knife on the bed? I still didn't see a knife on the bed in any picture or video. They're trying to say that there wasn't a knife on the bed, but then the family came back and put a knife on the bed. I totally missed if they connected those dots. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all.
Only thing I can tell is one had about 3/4 of what appears to be the bottom of an unchewed footprint. You can tell based on prior to the Blue Star being administered that it did not appear to be a footprint that was bare skin based on the interaction on the ground. It appears based on the smudging that it appeared that the individual that created that footprint on the ground would have been wearing socks of some sort. And then there was another heel print, which was harder to tell based on smudge. So I would say that there's potentially two different locations where footprints, presumable blood, once later confirmed, were there. I couldn't tell the individual.
Investigator Crawford, I've known you for a long time. So, correct?
Sure.
In this investigation, when you were doing an interview with the Pace, there was a statement that you made about doing whatever you could to solve this.
Your Honor,
case.
objection, seriously.
But she's asking for the witness by his own statement. That's correct.
It is.
What you're saying.
Of course, they didn't make the truth of the matter, sir.
I mean, I don't think she's not offering like a recording of something, it's impeachment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first step would be her asking you to make a statement that you can renew your objection later, but the voices for part of the statement. But at this point,
You made a statement about doing what you have to, specifically even tarnishing your entire investigation, if it meant saving someone's life. Do you recall making that statement?
Not that wording, but I did speak to him.
Would it help you if I showed you a transcript of that recording?
I mean, the transcript could potentially help. I believe I remember.
What are they doing? Are they having a sidebar because of the hearsay objection? I need to go through all those news reports that you sent me. I mean, I feel like I know the case now, but I just want to go through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Because obviously I missed a picture of the knife on the bed.
Missing an important part.
What's the important?
It says inaudible based on the statement I was providing. I say within the law.
So I believe the portion on page. Did you make a statement that you would have, if you had to tarnish your entire investigation to save someone's life, you would do that?
Save someone's life, our job as police officers is preservation of life first. Obviously, criminal investigation is not as important as a person's life.
And in this same interview, you learned that the Pace family has been into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Correct.
Did you advise them to not go back?
We advised them after our interaction with the Pace family that we were taking over the investigation. We asked for their family to step back from the investigation and let the homicide unit go forward with an investigation. We tried to instill whatever confidence we could provide to the family. As a homicide detective, I have a tough job of sitting across from parents and having to work through those things. So I was trying to do whatever I could to potentially instill confidence in them, to give them some peace of mind, even though my gut feeling said otherwise.
Were there errors made in this case?
Human errors and everything.
Were there a lot made in this case?
I don't believe so.
Do you believe that the crime scene was pristine when you got there on November 28th and executed your search warrant?
Now, the only way a crime scene can be pristine is if we have full control of that scene from the beginning.
Do you agree that there were items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And those items have been recovered from where?
The items, both locations.
What all was recovered from Miss Bean's house?
There were small travel makeup bag. There were the victim's identification card. There were credit cards, miscellaneous cards. There were cellular devices, an iPad, and some miscellaneous clothes. There was also folders of paperwork, binders. There was a trash bag. There was a black duffel bag, and an Xbox.
And all of that was recovered from the residence of Bean, correct?
That's correct.
In the video that I showed you at the beginning of Officer Creighton's body cam, when the officers walked into the apartment, Jasmine Pace's identifications are there on the table, correct?
That's correct.
But they weren't when you went in to execute your search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
They were already removed from the property and at Jasmine's mother's home, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that items have been taken from the crime scene prior to you executing your search warrant?
Yes.
And let me have 1 moment just to go through the list.
No, you're going to reset that. So I'll make that one.
1:30.
Yeah, made an exhibit already, that was it, that's the last one. Second, Joe, make sure we're back on the record.
Okay, sure.
In case the record was silent through the last exchange, the defense attorney, Ms. Morrison, ended her cross-examination.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, investigator. You refreshed your recollection with your transcript. And Ms. Morrison asked you questions regarding life. Let's see. Preservation of life is first and foremost. What does that mean?
Saving someone's life. Our job's not, I would say that most officers that I interact on a daily basis are first responders and medical professionals. We're there to save people, not just investigate. We put that above.
Would you trespass into a building if you believed that someone was in danger in that building?
I risk my life to save someone.
That is very good.
You recross.
I have a lot. Investigator Butler. General just asked you specifically about the preservation of life statement, first and foremost. No one disagrees with you there, right? Did you make, in discussing tarnishing the investigation, were there statements made about the criminal investigation potentially getting thrown out if you had to jump through hoops in order to do that preservation of life?
For the continuance of the entire thing, I did say that preservation of life is first and foremost. The criminal investigation got thrown out of session because I was going to save someone's life. That was first. But I guess it's not the transcript, it should be the audio, so that I stop myself and say within the law.
Would you like me to play that audio?
Sidebars. Why is this so boring and clunky and difficult when direct was just boom, 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 boom? What is the problem? All right, girls, you're both pretty. Shut up and go back to asking questions.
It's a little after, it's about 3:19, about time for a mid-afternoon break. We'll take that now. Have you back probably about 15 minutes when that clock says 3:35.
We're reading for 15 minutes. Anything I think perhaps just the graveyard. I might take a 15-minute power nap. I would have to sleep all night because I would snore.
I would rather.
First and foremost, good.
I wear a CPAP at night because I snore and I stop breathing. And since I've lost 50 pounds, now when I wear my CPAP, I can like hear it in my ears. I can't even explain it because unless you've worn a CPAP, you. Oh, is this from like the news? Oh, are they gonna say something?
So
on
court
the
is
news?
now
Oh,
in
yes,
an
they are.
afternoon break.
Cool.
We're going to turn down that audio feed volume for you there. Actually, I'm just going to listen to what it says there. This may be them leading Jason Chen out. It is. Okay, there we go. So now we're in a more official break there. Let's talk about what we've learned in the last little bit. CPD investigator Zach Crawford is still on the stand. He's been testifying since yesterday. So lots of information to go over here. Some happened in the morning, some this afternoon. This is something that we heard more about, and I want to kind of zero into this for a moment. This is the dumpster outside of Jason Chen's apartment. And at first, um, the prosecution showed this dumpster. They showed the clothing down here. They showed these pants that said they found with blood stains. They showed these shoes that they said had discoloration that was consistent with blood. Also, a menstrual pad that also had blood on it. All items there on the outside area of the dumpster at Jason Chen's Chattanooga apartment. Now, when we first saw this in the prosecution's case, um, there was no questioning about is that blood Jason Chen's. It was just shown to have blood on it at his apartment. Um, then it comes back up later, just before the break, when the CPD investigator is cross examined. And we learn from a member of the defense team who we've not heard of from before now. Her name is Amanda Morrison. She brings up the fact and the um, she asks the investigator, did you get these items tested, these items in front of the dumpster? And he said no, they had not received testing on these items from the TBI. So they said, were you able to show that these were Jason Chen's items, or that this blood had his blood on it, or any specific blood on it? And they said no. So in that point, it seems like they're saying to the jury, these items may be in an area and they may have blood on them, but it was never tested to determine if that was Jason Chen or Jasmine Pace's blood there. So that's one big thing that we heard about in this afternoon session. Now, let's move on a little bit. Um, the demeanor of Jason Chen when they found him at his parents' in Nolensville, Tennessee, was one of the things the prosecution talked about. And then under cross examination, they talked a little bit about that, about him finding them there, but not a lot. Again, the backpack that had some items in it, the notes, they have not spoken about the notes in cross examination. And it seems that they're wrapping up that cross examination, and they haven't spoken about these notes. If you didn't hear our morning, these notes being found in Jason Shen's bedroom in his parents' home in Nolensville, and they seem to talk about his interactions and the dates with Jasmine Pace. So this says Saturday, November 19th, the last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, the last time she called me. I believe that says the video box there is in front of that. But it's okay. So if you take these dates here, Saturday, November 19th, the last time I saw her. If you then go to some of the surveillance video we're about to see, the prosecution is trying to show that Jason Chen actually saw Jasmine Pace 11:22, November 22nd of 2022 at 11:42 p.m. because they have a surveillance camera picture of her car being driven into his apartment complex. So let's move ahead and we'll get to that in just a moment. This is Jason Chen's phone that they found information on. And here is a list of some of the things they found at his home there, his parents' home in Nolensville. Let's see if there we go. We can read that a little bit better. An eyeglass case in that black backpack was found that had a SIM card to Jasmine Pace's cell phone, though they never found the actual phone there. And they tried to, they haven't talked about what was found on that yet, but it was found in his possession in an eyeglass case, according to the prosecution. Those handwritten notes that we've just seen a few slides back, the cell phone, and the backpack. Okay, here's something else that they showed in today's testimony. They say that when they first went into Jason Chen's apartment, which is what we saw yesterday, there was some red discoloration on the carpet, but it wasn't very visible at first to, just a random person looking to see. Later, the apartment complex, this investigator testified, wanted to renovate this apartment. You can imagine what a cleanup it was there, and they took the carpet out and they called police and they said, you may want to come look at this. And they pulled up the carpet. This is the bottom of the carpet and the carpet padding with dark discoloration. The prosecutor asked the investigator, in your history as an investigator, what does this show? He said he believed it showed blood. Okay, let's get into a little bit the cell phone records there. You can see that they showed a text message, his phone, and it was 22, the day after she was last seen. This is a screenshot of those text messages. And it has a picture in it. You can see a Starbucks drink, a matcha. But let me remove this banner here just for a moment so we can read that. Okay, so the text exchange says, good morning, slept like a baby, made myself a matcha. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Again, these are messages the prosecution says went from Jason Chen to Jasmine Pace. There's no answer there. But what they then pointed out is that the metadata, which is something you can get on the phone, of that picture shows it was actually taken in July 2021. It was not taken on the day the texts were actually sent. So something else there that we heard about in the afternoon. Now, we haven't talked a lot about this yet, but they did show this picture when the investigator was on the stand. This is a picture of Jasmine Pace, and they say it was taken in his apartment. This is his sink that we've seen in crime scene photos. And the photo was taken on November 16th, 2022. Again, Jasmine last seen on November 22nd, 2022. So we know she was in his apartment a few days before. Now, we start to get into the timeline here. I'm going to grab my notes just so we can get the timing right. So this is the picture on the right-hand side there that shows what the prosecution says is Jasmine Pace, her car, and pulling into Jason Chen's apartment on 11/22 at 11:42 p.m. They also corroborated that with the data from the My Chevy app. My Chevy is, of course, her car was a Chevrolet, and they use that to track her last movements. The picture that you see of Jason Chen, this is from a Walmart the next day, 11:23 at 10:46 a.m. At the Walmart is where he bought some cleaning supplies, and you can see him in that hat. They said that's the same hat that he was wearing when they found him and took him in for questioning at the Nolensville Police Department. Now we have a few more pictures of these timelines. So later on that day, 11:23, November 23rd of 2022, you can see Jason Chen here in the top left picture with that hat on, same hat, buying Bounty paper towels. You can see him in the top left picture, they say, checking out. And in the bottom right picture, this is another view of that checkout. So this is 7:03 p.m. on 11/23. Let's remove that banner one more time so we can see this graphic. Okay, so that was 7:03 p.m. About an hour and a half later, we've gone down to 8:30 p.m. And the prosecution had the investigator testify that this is a car that is Jasmine Pace's car. Again, they corroborated that with the My Chevy app information that left Chen's apartment complex on Tremont Street at 8:30 p.m. And they zeroed in to the picture of the driver here. And what they said, what they testified, they didn't ask them, is this Jason Chen in the car? They said, who appears to be driving? And they said it's a person in a light colored hoodie. Again, this is 8:30 p.m. on that day. Then about 10 minutes later, and we see the judge coming up, so we're going to wrap this up. Let's mute this audio for just a second. This is where the vehicle matching Paces comes into the Signal View condos at 8:41. That's where the car was later found by Jasmine Pace's mother. And then they say at 9:01 p.m., you can see a person in a hoodie you see the person there right in the middle of your screen there with the light colored hoodie. In this video, when they play the full clip, you can see someone pulls in and drops him off. A person in a light colored hoodie gets back out at the apartment complex. Again, that's 9:01 p.m. So they're meticulously going through the timeline of Jasmine Pace's car and the person they say was driving it to the last location where the Pace family later found it. Now, they were still talking to investigator Crawford, asking him questions about the crime scene on cross-examination. A point that came up in an earlier hearing. They said, "Did you say that you would tarnish an investigation to save a life?" And he said, if it was to save a life, saving a life is more important than a criminal investigation. But they're still zeroing in on this fact. When they took the break, they were going to play some audio from that previous hearing. So we're not finished talking about that yet. Again, you can see that live camera. The jury, I do not believe, is back in the courtroom yet. So we'll keep going here just a minute as they get settled. There's nothing distinctly happening there yet. So we have a lot of information that we've learned this afternoon, even though it's just been one person testifying. You have that lead homicide investigator going over the evidence that's found in several different locations, and then the defense kind of bringing that into question about how it was located. When the Pace family went into Chen's apartment, did they mess up the crime scene, and what could come of that as far as how that evidence is seen in the jury's eyes and in the eyes of this trial. So it looks like Jason Chen is about to be brought in. There he is. So we'll go back to the court feed now. We'll be here when court wraps up in the afternoon or if they take another break, but we'll join you back in court for now.
Morrison, did you want to play the statement for investigator Crawford? We are back on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford, the jury is out, so that you can listen to this based on what you say. So we're going to play the section that I've been talking about in the transcript for you to listen to. If you can't hear it or if we need to rewind, just let me know.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. You know, if we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
So you had mentioned that there was an indecipherable or something of that context right there. Were you talking about somewhere different?
Per the transcript itself, it has to be inoperable.
That's further down on the
Correct.
page.
Yeah,
So
my statement is in reference to the entirety of the statement, from the beginning of when I mentioned it to the end when I concluded with preservation of life first and foremost. On that paper, there was an inaudible statement for the wording on the paper.
would you like us to keep playing till we get to the end of that?
Yes.
They're doing this outside
Start it with preservation of life.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. You know, if we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen. And if we have to say that the criminal investigation is thrown out because we have to jump through hoops, and ultimately things happen where we basically don't pull the wall, but we skip through hoops instead of moving.
I remembered it, the wording differently, but it says, of course, we're going to follow the law.
Okay, you hear, of course, we're going to follow the law.
or something, she looks like her mom. Every time I see her mom, I'm looking at her.
It's cute.
Please be seated.
Investigator Concord, before we took the break, General Law, had talked to you about preservation of life first and foremost. And once more, did you make the statement, if you have,
Let me do the question first.
if you have to tarnish the entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen?
Objection asked and answered.
No further questions.
Let me read the rest.
No, Your Honor.
Does the jury have any questions for Investigator Crawford? You can keep writing.
I'm with you. Keep ready.
Felix, you want to bring those up? Jurors, keep writing if you want to. Felix, bring them up. So, Rick, Counsel first.
Another sidebar? Jeez. They did sidebars on direct, but nowhere near the sidebars they've done on cross. I think they have been at sidebar as much as they've asked questions. Is that evidence? I just now noticed that. What is that? This is getting ridiculous. If I start to tell a story or something, then they'll be done. What story y'all want to hear? So I was telling you guys about my CPAP. Now that I've lost the weight, I can hear it in my ears when I wear it. So that leads me to believe that the pressure is too high now. And while I'm pretty fearful that I'm hearing the air, I'm wondering if that's putting pressure like on my eardrum. Because it goes in through my nose, right? And your ear and your nose and your sinuses, all that's connected, right? So I'm wondering if I'm doing more harm than good now. But I don't want to go do like a whole nother sleep study. Number one, I don't know how much it costs. And number two, you guys see my hair. I have thick, long hair. They glue those things all in your hair. It is miserable. And I've gone through 2 sleep studies. It takes forever to get all that glue out of your hair. It's disgusting. I can't believe I told a whole dang story and they're not done yet. So anyway, I'm going to have to go through another sleep study. But I want to wait till I'm done losing the weight. Because then I'll just have to if I get one now so they can turn the pressure down, I'll just have to do another one later when I lose the rest. My cousin doesn't need it anymore. She lost 100 pounds after her weight loss surgery. And she doesn't need it anymore. So I'm hoping that'll happen with me. I slept a couple nights without it and I did pretty good, but then I started snoring again and I was waking myself up. But there was one morning one night I didn't wear it, and the next morning Travis got up and he got dressed and everything and got ready for work, and I did not wake up at all. And usually, because I'm snoring, I'm hearing myself snore, so I don't sleep as deep. So the least little sound will wake me up. And I didn't hear him up moving around getting dressed or anything, and he had to wake me up to tell me goodbye. And I was like, I didn't even know I have. But then I started
Investigator with three has some questions. I'm gonna ask them, you can just face them when was the apartment locked when you executed
know.
the search warrant of Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, the apartment, we used a master key to enter the apartment, so it was locked through the use of key to enter.
Ladier's question is, how was the body located? That will be explained further by another witness.
Oh, those were juror questions they were doing?
Was the knife on the bed tested or taken for evidence?
Yes, the knife was taken, it was inspected. To my knowledge, the Castlemeyer test was conducted on it, it was up a blood test, and it did not have a presumptive blood. Also, that knife was also provided to the medical examiner's office for their examination to see if it was consistent with what we were looking at.
Any fingerprint testing done on it?
On the knife, they inspected they inspected the knife for potential rich detail with fingerprints. To my knowledge, I don't believe fingerprints were located.
Were any broken glass or shards found in Jason's apartment?
There were, under the futon area of the apartment, there were small little micro glass that was there, very small fragments.
Were any wine bottles found either full or empty in Jason's apartment?
I believe in the photographs it documented a few wine bottles were sitting in the off to the kitchen area where there was a cabinetry area.
This is a long question, so I want me to reread it for a number of things. We have the photos pulled up, by the way, the dumpster.
Yes, Your Honor, I have the dumpster photo pulled up, if you'll just, DVD.
Yeah.
It would be State's Exhibit 83-2 and 83-3, this would be 83-3.
All right. Let's take a look at that photo. On the photo of the white shoes, beside what is the green item that resembles a purse and the white item that resembles a disposable camera?
I would love to do it that way.
The green item at the top is like a plastic style lid. It is not a purse. The other, which I'm not exactly, could you read the
Yes,
part about the camera?
It says white item that resembles a disposable camera.
I don't see an item that reposes in the picture. There is an air freshener plug-in, and you can see the base of the actual dumpster there. There's a silver portion there, along with the wheel. Only thing I observed white, there's like a tear-off tag, maybe a piece of paper, the white shoes, sanitary pad, women's underwear, and the other dumpster.
So I think you answered this question. Don't ask it anyway, but I think you answered this question. What is the item that resembles a phone protruding from the blue item in the upper left corner? That's actually, I think you said a wheel.
It's the top of a metal bracket to a wheel, as they place like a metal bracket with a wheel basing on the bottom. You can actually see the two open eyelets here that typically, I would assume you would have all four eyelets secured in the bottom of it. So it seems like this one might need some repair.
What size were the white shoes?
Without seeing the evidence log, they were men's size 11 or 11 and a half.
So his shoes and
You
her.
have the photograph of Jasmine in the Defense Department pulled up.
Yes, Your Honor, so just give me a second to pull it up. Where it is. Okay, so leave B.
I'll come back to that one, just take your time, let me know when you're ready, Jim. Oh, there we go.
And it's right there, Judge. I just wanted to get the exhibit number.
Okay,
It is exhibit number 122.
thank you. Investigator, how did you identify that that was Jasmine Pace in the photo taken in Jason's department?
One thing, during the investigation, I don't do criminology investigations, just looking into potentially a suspect that committed a crime. It's also victimology, try to learn everything you can about the victim to find potential hazards. Some of the things that we do is you can see tattoos that are identified in the picture that maybe testified later on in the court proceedings, but there are tattoos. Specifically, I've seen numerous angles of the victim to include side profile of her head and the long hair. But the easy ones are some of the tattoos that she has.
Regarding the Arctic video, when you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
Entering could you read it one more time?
Yes. When you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
We didn't have video footage of actual, to see exact confirmation of who was driving the vehicle at the time. We did have evidence that showed that she left her parents' house at a specific time. And from that evidence, we know that based on the My Chevy app, the way that data is reported is that as soon as that vehicle turns on, it reports a location and time, and that trip continues until it comes to its final destination. In the My Chevy app, it shows one stop, and it being the final stop at 110 Tremont Street. So from the time that vehicle starts at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and has that approximate 20-minute time frame where it drives to 110 Tremont Street, it doesn't stop. So based on that knowledge, we felt that Jasmine Pace was in possession of the vehicle based on her leaving the house, the car starting, going to the apartment. Once it was at the apartment, the car shuts off, and her cell phone coincides with that as well. Correct.
Were you able to identify that the items Jason Chen bought at Walmart and Walgreens were used for cleaning up blood in Tremont apartment based on the evidence you collected at the Tremont apartment or lab testing?
We can tell that the products that were collected, those cleaning products that were collected within the apartment have been used based on the contents that were in them, whether it was the Band-Aids, the paper towels. We observed in the Walgreens video footage, brand new box of paper towels, and by the time we get to it, several are missing. To include the bottles of hydrogen peroxide that aren't completely full bottles of hydrogen peroxide. To say that we know for sure those were definitively used in that scene, we can say that they match those purchases at the Walgreens and the Walmart, and they were brought back there and they show an interior level of the product. Well, I can't definitively say that was used.
Did you identify Jason Chen's DNA or fingerprints in Jasmine Pace's vehicle?
In her vehicle, no.
Was anyone else identified as a suspect?
No, the only suspect identified and evidence was located, confirmed back to me in this case, was that of Jason Chen.
I
It's
just
kind of a
curious always
two-part. Was Jason Chen arrested at his parents' house?
So it may have sounded confusing when I explained it earlier. That's On November 29th, 2022, I applied for a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' residence at 1943 Ashburn Court in Nolensville, Tennessee. Directly following that, I met with the district attorney's office and spoke with them about the evidence that I had in the case, about proceeding forward. We talked about the probable cause that we had in the case for potential arrest. I requested that I execute the search warrant first on the residence and the search warrant on his person if he was located at that time, attempting to potentially get an interview to find the full facts of the case or attempting to find the facts of the case. At which point we were unable to speak with Jason Chen at that point. Mr. Jason Chen was detained at Nolensville Police Department, where he's detained at his home, brought back to Nolensville Police Department, where a search warrant was executed on his person. After that search warrant was executed, we collected that evidence. We subsequently made the decision to put an NCIC hold on him, which is an investigative hold, because we didn't have no warrant, but we believed at the time, enough evidence in terms of probable cause to present to a judge or magistrate to see if they would sign off on an arrest warrant for his arrest. Subsequently, he was placed in NCIC hold. I don't have jurisdiction within Williamson County, per se, to swear out warrants. So immediately after his transport to the Williamson County Jail, I drove immediately back to Chattanooga, where then I drafted an arrest warrant, took it to the magistrate within Hamilton County, and they signed off on probable cause for the arrest of Jason Chen. That arrest warrant was then faxed to the Williamson County Jail. After it was faxed, our own Chattanooga fugitive unit responded to the Williamson County Jail, where then he was taken from that jail and transported to the Silverado Detention Center.
So regarding the detention at his parents' house, did the police explain to Jason why he was being detained?
Yes. We advised him that, one, we had a search warrant for the residence at his parents' house. We also advised him that we had a search warrant for his person. Based on that search warrant that was signed, we were granted permission from the court to collect certain items from him. Due to inclement weather, it was storming pretty bad that night in terms of rain and thunder. There were process and procedures we could not conduct at that location with collection of potential DNA, fingerprints, and photographs. We made the decision to transport him in a patrol vehicle back to Nolensville Police Department, where those processes were taken.
Did the state have any redirect based on the jury's questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford, you were asked both by Ms. Morrison and now the jury about this photo. Do you recall what size shoes those are?
I don't recall exactly. It's either 11 or 11 and a half size men's. But they would be notated in our evidence law.
Recognize that.
Yes. It's a picture of the shoe that we're describing.
It's a zoomed in version of that photo.
Of the top right shoe, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I asked if this be made to say this.
Color markings on the shoes that you can observe in the video footage, but I don't have definitive DNA evidence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state would call. You have another question? Or would like to ask you more questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So yay, we're getting another witness. Finally. And I hope he has some days off and isn't on call for a while. He's probably exhausted. You know, it's so weird. I know I mention it a lot, but I did not know what my dad did. I honestly had no clue what my dad did. Not to the extent that I know now. And I can remember my dad saying that he hated to go to court. And I never thought about it. But I wonder. I mean, he was a state trooper in Florida. They just do traffic stuff. So I doubt he was ever on the stand for multiple days like that. But I just wonder how long he's ever had to testify. The one trial that I got called for jury duty, it was his trooper.
Some more questions?
There's no way. You imagine there it's like how you go home to the dinner table like Dad, your trooper arrested this guy and I voted not guilty. Yet that doesn't work. It was a DUI case and the guy claimed that he had um a metal plate in his head and that's why he couldn't do the field sobriety tests. That was his excuse. And I was like, nope, I cannot do this. And the judge that was overseeing the case was my piano teacher's husband. God loves small towns, right? And then when I went up to the clerk to get my $10 for the day, she goes, tell your daddy I said hi. Is that not like the most Florida woman story you've ever heard? Yeah, look at those big, whatever they are. I don't even know how to describe them. Well, they're boxes, but what are the things leaning against the bench? Did they bring in the carpet samples? Seriously, what could that even be? Unless it's the carpet samples. I mean, one of the boxes probably has a suitcase in it. I don't like. I don't like white noise, but at this point, I'd rather have white noise than this. Because this absolute silence makes me paranoid that there's something wrong on my end. Shadow has a new favorite spot, and that is on my side of the bed during the day when I'm not in it. Which she's never done before, ever in her entire life. when I went to bed last night, she was on the pillow up by the headboard. So I sat a little lower so I wouldn't disturb her. And I sat there and I sat very still and I read a book and she stayed there until she got ready to leave. And we were both happy. That cat doesn't like me. Well, I guess she does. Travis says, yes, she does. She just doesn't act like you think cats are supposed to act. Well, I've never had a Bombay before. I've always had I've had orange tabbies and brown tabbies and gray tabbies. I don't know what Tribbles was. Because she had white and gray and black. Gray and black stripes on white. Is that a gray tabby? So I don't know if it's because she's black or because she was born outside. Could that have something to do with why she's so standoffish? But I brought her in when she was a teeny, tiny baby. I don't know. She was really sweet when she was little. When she was a kitten. Like once she learned that coming inside was not a bad thing, and I gave her tuna fish, and she met the other pets, and they liked her, and she liked them, and life was great. And she loved me, and she crawled all over me. And one day it was just all about Travis, and she couldn't care whether I was here or not. She sucks on the blanket at night. She lays next to him and sucks on the blanket right by his ear. I've never had a cat do that. I've heard that cats will do that, but I've never had a cat do that until now. I figure when she gets older, though, she'll get sweet again. Because I had one cat that did do that.
I really appreciate the jurors' attentiveness on this, and these questions show that. After this is over, I'll let you know the reason why I like letting jurors ask questions, but I'm very glad that you're attentive and asking relevant questions. All right, detective.
What?
The receipt from Walmart shows asparagus. The video shows no asparagus was purchased. You can see the defendant type in a produce number. Was this investigated further? And if so, relevant to the case?
Are these more
We
questions?
did investigate it further. Upon discovering the phone records of the victims and Jason Chen's phone records go to Walmart, what led me to that Walmart to potentially see what interactions and stuff happened there. Once we go there, we watch the video footage of Jason Chen come in. We then track him to where a purchase is made, at which point it was relevant in terms of what items that he did buy. We did observe on video that 2 different items were entered in as produce, asparagus, which obviously were not asparagus. It did not have relevancy in terms of the arrest and investigation other than theft was committed. It was reported to Walmart. Loss prevention was there. They decided, based on finding out at the time the video was collected, that he was in custody on a murder. They decided at that time they didn't want to go further with the theft charge.
Both of these deal with the video of the vehicles outside of Tremont. There is a person walking into Tremont location after a Chevy vehicle was found in the parking lot. Did you identify who the person was on the Arctic video?
Try to answer this question properly. I believe you're referring to the first time that the Chevy vehicle comes into the parking lot area. The only camera that we had close enough to identify a face where anyone could identify without having prior knowledge of an individual, was located at one of the exits. It was a personally owned camera by a resident there. They had a ring-style camera affixed to a door. So it would capture one of the exits. The apartment itself didn't have its own camera system. So we had to rely upon other cameras in the area, such as we attempted to get cameras from regions. They were not very popular. We did not get that video. In terms of, they did not preserve it and the video was lost. We recovered camera footage from the other side of the apartments, but it only picks up motion and it didn't actually capture the entrance. The entrance itself, we couldn't identify. There's a few, obviously it's a multi-story apartment complex. There's multiple people coming in at different times. The specific time you're talking about when the Chevy vehicle first pulls in and someone walks in, I think it's just after. I did not identify that person.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Prius that we saw in the video earlier?
No, I was attempting to identify who it was. At first, I believed it potentially to be an associate or family member. After further review of the video footage, it appears to be some sort of ride share. I was unable to completely verify. There is indication inside of Jason Chen's forensic download of his cell phone that there is metadata associated with that device that the rideshare Lyft was activated around the exact same time that the vehicle pulls in 500 Mountain Creek Road. It's actually identified as ZipShare, which is how their online communicates because they incorporated Lyft ZipShare into their company.
When taken into custody, did Jason Chen have any observable cuts or injuries on his body? In parentheses below it says, in reference to the Band-Aids that have been seen purchased and found at his apartment.
I did observe a injury to his right palm. The injury was consistent with my investigation and personal observations. Is what I call knife slippage. Knife slippage is essentially a lot of times when an assault occurs, specifically with a knife, the incident gets bloody super quick and super fast. Each and every time a potential knife goes into the object, it comes back out, it's deep enough. Potential blood transfer happens at night, and it is pulling the blood out of the body at that time. A lot of times what happens with anything that gets wet, it's slippery. It was consistent in the palm area on his right hand. There's a small section in his palm that appeared to be a 1.5 inch section that it was an injury that had been healing. To me, it was consistent with a what we call knife slippage. A lot of times, if someone's holding a knife and they protrude it into something, or if it were to be pulled away, essentially, a lot of times the knife is pulled out or they slip across, and you get a small cut there. The only other indication of potential injuries to Mr. Chen that we observed in the documentation when we took photographs is he had little tiny minor cuts on the tops of his feet, which we did document because typically on the tops of your feet is not a normal place to injure something. Typically, if you injure on your feet, you step on something or run into it. There were small injuries, but no physical bruises. To my knowledge, no major trauma or anything like that other than the palms and the top of the feet.
It's a long question, but might be a very simple answer. Based on your experience as a homicide investigator and Blue Star and floor stains, could you determine the exact location in a specific room that appeared to be where a murder occurred?
Yes. In this specific case, there has been pictures of Blue Star that have been shown. There have been pictures of the apartment. There's been pictures of recovered evidence of blood in concrete areas. Based on my investigation and the blood that we recovered, based on blood spatter, which blood spatter / cast off is what we like to call it. The first night that we executed that search warrant on November 27th into the 28th, I observed what appeared to be cast off of blood spatter. That to me is consistent with blood
blunt force trauma or sharp force trauma. Sharp force is indicative of a knife or something sharp as an ice pick that's used to create trauma. Blunt force is more consistent with a blunt style object, a bat, a hammer, such. It was consistent on the wall as you would go into the door framed area of the bathroom. Up to the left-hand side, there were pieces of what we call cast off or blood spatter. It's different than transfer in terms of what we saw on the light switches where you could see smudging. We're on the floor where you can see smudging or the transfer. This is essentially, it's being either forced in terms of force tapping into an object and then it's pushed away, or as an object gets pulled away, it's slung into that direction. Based on my indication of where that blood was located inside that room, I believe the main portion of when these stabbings occurred inside of that apartment would have been the victim lying in the tiled area of the bathroom, which is also indicative based on us collecting those tiles and seeing heavy soaking of blood that went from the top layer of tiles where we saw a little bit of blood. The blood also seeped under those tiles in several different directions.
Can you redirect based on your answer? Can you recross based on your answer? Take your time. Councilman Brooks.
How many times are you gonna do this? This is. I like that the jury gets to ask questions, but this is clunky. I don't like clunky. I like smooth. I understand that they do need to agree because jurors don't understand the law. However, they don't need to have a 1,000-hour powwow just to figure it out. But no, I thought he said he had a cut on his right paw, and I'm gonna say what? Paw? Did he say paw?
In Detective Crawford's answer, he gave some factual information about what he saw regarding the cut on the person's hand and the factual observations that he made of where the blood was found and what condition it was in. However, he did give some opinions in that this witness has not been qualified as an expert in those types of matters. It requires expert testimony to give an opinion. And so at this point, you may utilize the factual answers that the witness gave regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and where the blood was that he saw in the bathroom, as far as his opinion about where it happened and how it happened and how the cut got on Mr. Chen's hand. You're to disregard that testimony. Okay. You need redirect or recross.
But they heard it.
And Ms. Crawford, you had mentioned Blue Star reagent being on the walls. Was that in the bathroom that you're claiming that you saw this?
The Blue Star,
Yes.
what I identified to them was physical blood samples that were photographed and documented prior to the Blue Star.
So in the exhibits that we've seen previously, is it fair to say that it has been shown in the bathroom floor, the bathroom sink, but we've not seen any photographs of anything on the wall at this point, correct?
Yes.
And you've mentioned that reagent showing up in the bathroom area. Are you indicating that you don't believe anything happened in the bedroom?
The question was asked where I believe the incident occurred.
My belief is that based on the blood, obviously a body was put into that room based on the heavy blood loss that was there. But I believe that the assault began or occurred inside of the bathroom.
Redirect.
No, you're not.
Any other questions for the jury? Let's get it across. Our next witness.
This neighbor called Doug Lynch to the stand.
Oh, God.
DVD on there, and it's not already.
I have got to quit looking at text people send me while I'm on a live stream. I can talk about it.
Soundly swear from it. That's what we're about to get.
Mr. Lynch, thank you for being here. Can you state your full name for the court's record?
Douglas Lynch,
Okay, and Mr. Lynch, are you from Chattanooga?
for the last 4 years, yes.
Okay, do you have family?
Yes, we do.
Did you live in Chattanooga in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury where you lived in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We lived at 110 Tremont and apartment 100.
Okay, so 110 Tremont is an apartment building,
Yes, ma'am.
and is you said apartment 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been on the first floor of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury's already seen the apartment building from Google Maps. Could you describe, if you're on Tremont Street looking at the building, could you describe?
Yeah, so when you come on the street, Tremont Street, we're kind of right on the corner. It's almost underground a little bit. It's right next to the place where you would park on the other side, where it says, do not park 417 right here.
Okay, and is there a door to the outside close? Was there a door to the outside close to your apartment door?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, so depending on where you come in from the apartment, so if you came in the front door, you would, where the steps go down, you would go straight, and then to the right, and then you find our apartment. And then there's a door that goes out to the side where everyone will park. And so if you exit out of our apartment, it's immediately to the right.
The door to the outside parking lot.
The apartment.
Okay, and on your apartment door in November 2022, did you have a ring camera or any type of camera that would capture what was happening outside your door?
Yes, ma'am, I have a ring camera.
Okay, and how long had you had that ring camera on in November 2022?
That is a good question. We got it for another circumstance, but probably 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly when I bought it.
Okay, and what was your first knowledge of the Jason Chen and victim Jasmine Pace case?
It was with Miss Katrina Bean came to our ring camera and asked to talk to us. And I spoke with her over the ring camera. I believe it was the 27th, it was a Sunday. And then we came straight home and talked to them.
Okay, do you know who she was looking for?
Yes, she said that she couldn't find her daughter. You didn't talk to us about our camera footage.
Okay. And did you speak with her about the ring camera footage?
Yeah, we started talking about the ring camera. I hadn't been able to look through the footage yet, so I started going through everything that I could find.
Okay. And did she ask you if you knew Jason Chen?
That's a good question. I'm sure she probably asked me that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember?
I can't remember.
Were you able to show her video footage from November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point later, did the Chattanooga Police Department also inquire with you about your ring camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, they did. I spoke with Mr. Crawford and gave him the video where I could find Mr. Chen.
Okay. And did you know when you were living in your apartment who Jason Chen was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how was that?
We had interacted a couple times. So in the hallway, when he first actually moved into the apartment complex, he came through the back area where the dumpsters are. It's kind of like a loading dock area. And I was at the mailboxes and he was wondering where the mailboxes were. So I showed him the mailboxes when he first moved in. And then there were just other scenarios. I would say maybe once a month we would kind of interact in the hallway in passing. And we actually saw him, me, my wife, and my kids were doing a stroller ride because our baby boy had just been born about 2 weeks earlier. And we had gone for a walk on the bridge, and we came home on the 22nd, and he was loading up his car and exchanged conversation and inside.
Okay. So you had seen him and spoke with him on multiple occasions. Did he ever park his vehicle in the parking lot to the, if you're facing the building to the right, that the parking lot that door would have led out to?
Yes, ma'am, that's where his car was when we saw him on the 22nd.
Did he often park out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he had?
Yes, it was the dark gray Toyota.
Okay. Do you recall how many videos you turned over to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I believe there were around 6,
Okay.
and there were others that Mr. Weiss asked for.
Okay, Mr. Weiss came to see you.
No, he actually sent a personal investigator to our home that was super aggressive and gave me a subpoena and he got the videos.
Okay. She turned 6 over to the Chattanooga Police Department that they had identified and needed for their investigation.
Correct.
Have you, I'm gonna let you look at that jump drive. Have you seen that jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say Lynch on one side?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those your initials on the other? What is on this jump drive?
The 6 videos.
Are these an accurate representation of the videos from your ring camera as they looked in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. They are.
Your Honor, I've asked this in statement to it.
I'm 33.
There are 6 videos, Judge. I don't know how you want me to identify those.
It's all one, it'll all be the same.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lynch, you'll be looking at the videos on the screen behind you, okay? So before we play this video, can you tell the jury sort of where we're at right here from the camera's viewpoint?
Yes, ma'am. So this is where on the left is our little reef, and we're looking out in front of our apartment door. And then to the right is where you can exit into the parking lot.
And are all of the dates and times that we're going to see on these videos accurate?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That's Jason Chen.
Okay, then again on same day, 11/11. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's it?
Jason Chen.
Get back, please. Right by the front door.
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am, that was Jason Chen.
And now we've moved to the next day.
You'd also be getting notifications all the time from your Ring camera.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am, that was Mr. Chen.
And did you recognize a black backpack that he was carrying?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a black backpack before?
From what I can remember, I can't remember if he wore the backpack often. I can only remember it from this video.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, now we're at 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And the time would be correct. So I hate military time, but is that 8:26?
That is 8/26.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. In this video, even though his face is covered and he's got a hat on and a hood up, are you able to recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing was the hat for me.
You had seen that hat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this is 11/24/2022. Who do you recognize that person to be?
That's Mr. Chen.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to 11/23. I want to ask you one more question. Does it appear that one of Mr. Chen's hands is covered in that video?
Yes, it does.
Nothing broken, Ms. Witness, yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rich. First off, let me say, if one of my staff was aggressive with you, I apologize. You understand that?
Thank you.
Prior to coming to today's trial, did you meet with the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor? Yes. Sorry.
It's
This is
okay.
new to me.
Same. How many times did you meet with them?
Once.
And did you review what your testimony would be here today?
Yes.
Did they have to remind you of my name?
No.
I want to ask you about where you were living at the time. The apartments, do you know who built those apartments?
I'm guessing Mr. Wise.
No relation?
I see.
Okay.
I like you.
Were those well-made apartments?
They were decent.
Were they big?
Cost effective.
Cost effective? Were they large or small?
The one we had was a good size for us.
You know how many square feet yours was?
1,000.
Okay. And then there were other apartments that were smaller?
Yes.
Do you know what the size of Jason's apartment would have been?
Somewhere in the 500 to 600.
Are the walls thin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can hear everything, especially on our floor with concrete.
So you're on the bottom floor. And because you're on the end, that means you only have one person next to you?
There was no one next to us.
Okay, so you never heard sounds coming from that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. But there was people above you
Yes.
and you could hear them?
Somehow.
You said you saw Jason on the 22nd?
Yes.
What time did you see Jason on the 22nd?
It was probably 5 or 6 p.m.
You provided a bunch of your Ring cameras to the state?
Yes.
And you also gave them to me, right?
Mhm.
And you provided all the Ring camera videos that you had?
Yes.
On the night of November 22nd, or in the early mornings of November 23rd, did you hear anything coming from Jason's apartment?
No, our son was 2 weeks old. We had 3 sound machines throughout the apartment.
Those don't go away either. You said you had interactions with Jason.
Yes.
Were you two friends?
I wouldn't say friends. I would say we met in the hallway in passing.
Neighbors?
He lived on the 2nd floor. I lived on the 1st.
But you never had any issues?
No.
Mr. Lynch, you said that when you saw him on 11/22/2022, he was packing stuff in his car. Can you describe that in any more detail?
It's very fuzzy. I can't really remember what he was doing. I just know he was putting things into his car. The reason I remember it is as I was going down the street, he said, "Hey, you're looking fresh," and that's what made me think or remember the situation. But that's it.
Nothing further.
Just so I understand, that was paying you a compliment?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
No,
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch, you may step down. Thank you.
With this jury, did you have a question for him?
Regional Authority, Mr.
They will call Detective Stephen Bulkley to the stand.
He apologized because the witness said the person from his office agreed to serve him. I missed the last name. I don't know why it would not let me pin that. All I get when I click the Bulkley. Oh, I spelled his name wrong. Stephen Bulkley. All I get is go to channel when I click on the 3 dots. I don't get pin message. I don't know why.
That's what.
This one's doing it. What? That's
Detective Bulkley, will you state your full name for the court's record? You've been through this before.
Detective Stephen Bowles, badge number 251, Police Department,
And how long have you worked with the Chattanooga Police Department?
13 years.
What is your current role at the police department?
I'm a homicide investigator, Violent Crimes Bureau.
And what did you do before that?
Prior to that, I was a field training officer for 4 years, and a patrol officer prior to that, for approximately 8 years total.
So when did you begin your career in the homicide division?
In April of 2020.
Okay, so going on 5 years. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation into Jason Chen?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that involvement was initially?
Sure. So my understanding is that the homicide division was notified of the case possibly on November 27th of 22. I responded the morning of the 28th to assist Detective Crawford, who is a
assigned to work the case. At the time, it was established to be a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances, and so we were working it as a potential homicide. As a teammate, we routinely respond to assist each other with investigations, and so I responded to that reason.
Would you say this investigation was an all hands on deck approach?
Yes, I would say so.
Were you involved in the drafting of any search warrants in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
The first search warrant that I wrote was a T-Mobile phone records search warrant for the defendant's phone records, Jason Chen.
Did you issue that search warrant to T-Mobile for Mr. Chen's phone records?
Yes, ma'am, I obtained that on the 28th, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the 28th of November 22.
You got it the same day?
I obtained it, I swore it out in front of the magistrate, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the same day, the 28th of November 22.
And were they able to return Mr. Chen's records to you?
So I did not obtain the records until the morning of December 1st of 2022.
But you did in fact obtain Mr. Chen's phone records?
I did, yes.
I'm gonna hand you 2 documents in the jump drive. You can inspect those documents.
Sorry,
Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What are they?
So this first document here, which says T-Mobile timing advance request form, I submitted this to T-Mobile the day after I submitted the initial search warrant, submitted on November 29th of 22. It is a T-Mobile requires a payment for receipt of certain records, in this case, timing advance records. The reason for that is because they consider it burdensome and it requires a fair amount of work on the part of T-Mobile employees to produce that data. So they require payment for those particular records. So that in order to ensure that they are paid for their work, they require a law enforcement officer or agency to submit this form with a target who will pay, essentially.
Okay, and you filled that out.
I did.
Does it have Mr. Chen's phone number on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you read that phone number to the jury?
The phone number is 615-839-6880.
Okay, and then the next page, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Upon receiving the electronic records that I requested on December 1st, this came with the records. It's essentially an affidavit provided by the T-Mobile employee tasked with providing those records. And it is attesting, this employee is attesting under oath that the records that have been delivered are, to their knowledge, what I requested and what was ordered in that search warrant.
And is Mr. Chen's cell phone number also on that affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, after these 2 documents, it is states next to the minutes.
34 numbers.
All right, and this jump drive? Have you seen that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the T-Mobile records that you received from T-Mobile related to Jason Chen's cell phone?
Yes, they are.
And did you initial that jump drive to show that it is those T-Mobile records on it?
I did.
Your Honor, I ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Okay. Based on phone records like this, is law enforcement able to go back and look at a subject's location data?
Oftentimes, yes.
And in this case, were these phone records used to determine Jason Chen's location on or around the week of November 22nd, 23rd, 2022?
They were.
And were you in communication with Investigator Crawford during this time period?
I was.
Were you keeping him up to date on what you were doing?
Absolutely.
Did you let him know that you got the T-Mobile records back from T-Mobile?
Within about 30 seconds.
And at that point in time, did you or he begin to look for the location data?
I immediately transmitted those records to Detective Crawford, and I may have, well, Detective Crawford for sure, so that he could begin plugging those into the records processing, program that we use.
Okay. And at this point, to be clear, had Jasmine Pace been found?
No.
Okay. And based on those records, did Investigator Crawford instruct you or others to head towards a certain location?
We began to formulate a plan, yes, at that point, based on what he saw in those records.
Based on what he saw in those phone records, at some point, and I'll let you explain this to the jury, did you end up on Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process to the jury, that day, and who you were with?
Yes, ma'am. So when Detective Crawford and I believe Detective Jason Gunn also may have been working on this, when we plugged the phone records into Cell Off, which is the program that we commonly use for plotting location data and et cetera, there was a fair amount of location data on the 22nd to the 23rd that was of particular interest. I recall that that the timing advance records, which are more precise, showed that Jason Chen's device traveled along Suck Creek Road on, I believe, on the 23rd. During the afternoon, perhaps in the evening. I believe there were maybe two that showed up at two different times during that day along Suck Creek Road, in between, I think it's Signal Mountain Boulevard and Prentice Cooper on that stretch there, which parallels the river. We found that to be of interest, and we thought that that would be a good place to search for Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone records showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar with having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded and found his face.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were a few things. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars, again, the detectives, both Gun Brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off. And I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area. And I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel Gunn drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase is located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent. It sort of, it starts, it's narrow and it widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off. It's not 90 degrees, and it was covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure.
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base, where just before the river.
Okay, and when you all noticed the suitcase, what did you proceed to do?
Well, we talked about it first as, all the detectives who were there. We talked about what to do. I think all of us felt there was a very good chance that we had found Jasmine Pace. But the suitcase was closed and we didn't know what was inside. So rather than assuming and calling all the cavalry and finding that there was nothing of interest or value to the investigation inside, we decided to photograph the suitcase in place because I had disposable gloves in my pocket. I put those on and I pulled the suitcase up. I was able to reach down and pull the suitcase up to the level area where we were standing. And Detective Jason Gunn documented that with video in case what we found in the suitcase was of evidentiary value. After that, I unzipped the suitcase to see what was inside. You want me to keep going?
Why don't you go ahead and keep going?
In my experience, both on patrol and investigations, I have often found discarded items, discarded suitcases, and things like that. I have seen animals disposed of in suitcases and things like that. And so I didn't want to assume anything. We didn't want to assume anything. So when I unzipped the suitcase and saw a black trash bag inside, I was not able to identify the contents of that trash bag. So because I had gloves on, I placed my hand on various parts of that trash bag and its contents, and I could feel what was consistent with a human head, shoulders, and a torso. At that point, we were even more certain that we had found Jasmine Pace, but certainly that we had found a body.
So at that point, did you back off and call others?
At that point, we did not touch the suitcase or its contents anymore. We notified supervision, we notified our crime scene unit, and we notified the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. And we secured that scene until they were.
Did the Hamilton County Medical Examiner come to that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present when he was there?
I was.
You testified that one of the detectives' gun, there's two detective guns, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Two ends.
One of the detective guns took a video of you when you were retrieving that suitcase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how heavy that suitcase was?
It took some effort to pull it up, so it wasn't beyond my ability, but it was heavy enough. It was substantial.
Okay, and have you seen that video since that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you seen the suitcase?
Yes.
It was on the jump drive.
If I recall, that is video that Detective Jason Chen took when we were checking that suitcase, pulling it up and checking.
Are you depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate representation of what happened on that day in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be state's next exhibit. 137. Detective Oakley, I'm going to show you this video on the screen behind you.
Let me know if you need a hand hold on first. That would
Sir, that's you.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Oakley. Does this look like that suitcase?
That is consistent with it.
Now what are they doing? Well, it's absolutely evidence because there's the evidence tape on it.
I'm gonna take a roll play. I'm gonna show you some photos. If you'll just flip through them for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos. Would you like this to be a collective or individual?
The state will be two.
Okay.
It's only 6. So we'll do it.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is locally, you testified that you in fact opened the suitcase, didn't you?
I did.
To where you could see the entire contents, correct?
That's correct.
And that is when you reached down to feel what was inside of the black packages, the back package.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that you. 6 next to it.
You're meant to flip the description.
Yes, I'll go ahead and say that, so we don't lose it. All right, what's that number, Your Honor?
138.
And to be clear, is this what the scene looked like on that day when Miss Pace's body was found?
Yes.
Okay. The photos that you
Yes.
just looked at. One through 6. All right, I'm going to show you photo, it's been labeled 138-1. If you'll turn around. Given what you've already testified to, can you just again explain to the jury where we are standing in this photo?
This is taken from the gravel pull-off area inside of 1600 block. And the drop-off that I described is just beyond that suitcase. It's really-
Was this photo taken before you had pulled the suitcase out of there or after?
That photo was taken after the pull up the bank.
From the point of view of the camera, would we be close to the pull-off where the vehicles would have been?
Yes, I believe standing in the gravel area or just next to it.
Okay. 138-2. Now, from this point of view, can you explain to the jury where we're at?
To the left of the gray suitcase.
Woman.
Ground about top. Towards the river. To the right of the suitcase. Is gravel parking area.
Is this another view similar to 138-1, but this is 138-3, just another view of that suitcase next to the Tennessee River?
That's correct.
138-4, explain to the jury where we're at now. Now you can sort of see more of the road.
That's the gravel pull-off area, side of 1600 South Creek Road, which I described as narrower and getting wider and then tapering back again on the other side of the pull-off. And that's where we parked when we found Jasmine Pace. The black trash bag that I observed inside the suitcase, and that is the trash bag that I felt with my gloved hand when we were investigating.
And this is how it appeared when you opened the suitcase up.
That's correct.
And 138-6. Is this what you saw when you opened the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, you testified to feeling what you believe was a human head.
That's correct.
Can you, based on your memory, which I know this was 2 years ago, can you let the jury know where you felt what you believe was the shoulders or a human head?
Yeah, I remember it very well. The left side of the photo is, that side is closer to the river. The right side is closer to the roadway where we park our vehicles. And I use my right hand to touch the right side of this trash bag, and that is where I felt the head and the shoulders here, in the bottom right-hand corner, the shoulders and torso.
Would this be the area you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions from this witness.
Streaming archives, whoever you are, I would like to reverse them, please.
Investigator Bulkley, my name is Amanda Morrison. I have a few questions for you. When you went to the apartment on Tremont Street of Mr. Chen's, that was November 28th, correct?
Yes.
Had you had any involvement with the investigation up to or prior to going to the apartment for Mr. Chen?
No.
While you were there, did you conduct interviews with various neighbors?
I did.
How many neighbors roughly did you speak with there at Tremont Apartments?
Approximately 5 or 6, I believe.
Were there some individuals that were not home?
Yes, I knocked on other doors and didn't get an answer.
And most of the interviews that you conducted were located to the second floor of this apartment complex, correct?
As I recall, all of the interviews I conducted with neighbors were on the second floor, I believe.
Did you get any information that was?
Objection, Your Honor. There we go.
Well, she must have known what she was going to ask because she didn't even get that question out of her mouth. In any of those interviews, did you objection, Your Honor? She's a mind reader. You can barely hear me? I don't know why. Because Brian had me messing with stuff earlier. Is that better?
May I continue? Investigator Bulkley, on November 28th, the question I had to ask was there are some individuals that did not answer when you knocked, correct? Have you conducted any interviews since November 28th with any persons at the Tremont Apartments?
I have not personally, no.
When you got the records from T-Mobile, did you review those?
I immediately sent them to Detective Crawford because it's his case and he is more knowledgeable in that area and he's himself. So I immediately said that to him.
You were explaining earlier to the state what the contents were, what was received. Did it show call logs?
Yes, there were, yes, there's call data and location data, standard things that would receive with phone records.
And were there text logs?
I don't want to, I don't recall. I know there were records listed consistent with call and text data, but because I did not analyze them like myself, I cannot say with certainty all of what those records were.
What was the time frame of what you requested from T-Mobile?
I requested a time frame beginning the morning of November 21st of 2022 and ending approximately, I believe it was approximately maybe 17 or 1900 hours on 11/28/22. And the reason that I ended at that time was because I was preparing to go swear the warrant out, and I could only request up to the time that I was swearing that warrant out.
And at this point in time, at what time did you actually, let me slow down. What time did you actually swear out your search warrant for the mobile records?
The search warrant for Jason Chen's T-Mobile records was sworn out on the evening of the 28th. I would have to double check the time, but sometime certainly after 6 p.m. or 1800, I would have to verify, give an exact time.
Were you present with the interview of the Pace family?
No, not that I recall. What interview or what date are you referring to? Because sometimes I may be in the office, I may have passed through. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My question is, on November 27th, it's been testified that there has been an interview conducted at CPD. Were you present for that?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your first involvement is really when the search warrant is executed at Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes,
On November 28th.
On Tremont Street. I responded approximately 9:30, I believe.
So you get to the apartment that morning, throughout the day you're working on this case, correct? And then in the evening, you swear out the T-Mobile search warrant.
That's correct.
Now, when did you receive the records back? Did you say December 1?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day was that?
It was, I believe, 9/1/22.
And did you immediately make Investigator Crawford aware of those records?
Yes, within a minute. I forwarded them to his email.
So is it fair to say that you had the phone records prior to Ms. Pace's body being recovered on the banks of Sudbury?
I had those phone records in hand prior to this. I did.
What time did you respond to Sudbury?
It was approximately 1 p.m. or 1300 hours, so sometime after that.
Other than you, the Gunn brothers, Investigator Cottrell, and Investigator King, do you recall anyone else from homicide being present with you?
At the time of locating Ms. Pace's body?
Yes.
Those are the only people I can recall being present when we found the suitcase on her body. Other investigators and civilian employees responded after that point.
Now the, Mr. Chin's phone records, is that something separate than what would be received through Cellebrite? What you received from T-Mobile?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so, Cellebrite,
Right, yeah.
that is separate from what you've received through T-Mobile, correct?
That's correct. Cellbrite is a program through which we can look at phone downloads. One of the things that Cellbrite does is enables us to view content of an actual device, physical device, like a cell phone. That had nothing to do with my search warrant. I submitted a search warrant for phone records, electronic data.
Okay. And so that would be something for the benefit of the jury. If what you're requesting is separate than what a forensic download would be, correct?
That's correct.
Were you present for a forensic download with Mr. Chin's phone?
No,
Do you know who did the forensic download?
I don't.
Can I have one?
Is it jury questions again? Is she done with her questions or what?
Big little crack thing.
yeah, it's confusing because are they getting jury questions after, like they're doing direct and then they're doing cross and
What?
then they're doing jury questions and then they're doing redirect and then recross after jury questions? It's confusing. I don't know what they're doing, and they look like they're just standing up there having a chat right now. So I can't keep it straight.
Any further questions?
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, no.
Does the jury have any questions for the culprit?
Any others?
Gosford?
I just got a scam letter in the mail. You guys ready for this one? Immediate response requested. Attention, Deborah Cook. Our records indicate that you have not contacted us to have your vehicle service contract activated. We are informing you that if your factory warranty has expired, you will be responsible for paying for any repairs. However, if expired, you can still activate a service contract on your vehicle before it's too late. Please call today. And then it has this thing at the bottom to make it look legit. Preview contracts at carshield.com. Exclusions and deductibles apply. Rental car benefits and qualifying breakdown claims vary depending on vehicle age, mileage, pre-existing conditions, and the program selected. Contracts administered by American Auto Shield, and then the address, Florida company code, parts. Protection through 2030, up to or an additional 125,000 miles. Platinum powertrain. Yeah, sure. One time I was at the doctor's and I got a text that some guy had just inherited, nobody on my contact list, but just got a text from some stranger that he had just inherited a bunch of money.
One of your questions will be answered through another witness, the one about fingerprints or DNA found on the trash bags of the victim's body. All right, Detective, the jury has a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir. If you could listen to the questions and answer facing the jury. And can the jury see the picture of the T-Mobile phone records that identify Jason Chen being near Suck Creek Road? Another witness will testify to that as well. At least you one question. When you got out of the riverbank, how long did it take you to find the suitcase?
So we pulled our cars over on the gravel pull off that you saw pictured. And we got out of our cars, and within 1 minute, literally within 1 minute, but I would estimate even closer to 30 seconds, one of our investigators observed that suitcase and brought it to the rest of our attention.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Can you recross based on the jury's questions?
No.
Just take the vote with me, I think. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the point where the next witness will take a substantial amount of time. Rather than start and stop at 5:35, we're going to take our evening break. So take them back to the hotel. Again, as always, I must give you the admonition not to talk about the case among yourselves, not let yourself exposed to be exposed to any media. I believe, when we get our last case yesterday, passed or moved over to another division. So this is the only thing remaining on tomorrow's docket. Can the parties be ready to go at 9 tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna have you back a little earlier tomorrow since this is the only thing. So we're also having you back at 8:30, 8:45, and bring you back in at 9 a.m. to start the trial. Thank you.
Yeah, I've gotten the car warranty things before. What they don't know is that my car is a 2001. That warranty expired a long time ago. Yeah, but I was at the doctor's office one time and I got this text from a perfect stranger that said they had just inherited a bunch of money and that they wanted to share it with me. So I looked at my doctor and I said, "Oh, wow, this stranger just inherited millions of dollars and he wants to share it with me." And he was like, "Oh, wow, congratulations." And we both just laughed and laughed. But I don't get how people fall for this stuff. Like, now,
Okay, so you just heard court wrap up for the day from the Hamilton County courtroom and the second day of the Jason Chen murder trial. We will have our crews from inside the courtroom and our legal analyst, Bill Speak, to join us in just a second. But first, let's go over some of the things that we learned today. Let's look here as we walk through a few of the things that we learned this afternoon. Really, some of the biggest testimony was about this, some hard to watch evidence there of the CPD investigator who said that he was there when they found the suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body. This is off of Suck Creek Road. And interesting as they talked about how they were led to this specific location. They got a search warrant for Jason Chen's records, cell phone records, and they saw that he went back and forth on Suck Creek Road on November 23rd. Now, that is the day after that Jasmine was last seen. And so, as that was happening, several times they said they saw him drive on Suck Creek Road. So they thought, we're going to go and search here. And also interesting to hear that when the investigator got out of their car at like the first little pull off on Suck Creek Road, it only took them a minute to find that suitcase in the overgrowth there that was to contain Jasmine Pace's body. We do have a little bit of that specific testimony, so let's see if we can listen to that now.
That would be
you don't need to.
for.
Yeah, you don't need to listen to that. We just heard it. We just heard it. You don't need to watch it again. But look, see that at the bottom? It kind of looks like a car registration or like a tax form or something. So, like, if you didn't know any better, you would go, oh, this is an official document. I have to do something with this. This is telling me immediate response requested. Our records indicate. You know, like, it could trick people, you know, that didn't know any better, right? That's what makes me mad. That is what makes me mad. Like, if it's a legit company that is trying to sell you some type of extended warranty, that's fine. But don't try to trick people into doing it. That's the part that makes me mad. Because there are people out there that are going to say, oh, I have to do this so I can drive my car, and they're going to do it. You know, it's not right. Okay, guys. Tomorrow let's start at 10 again. That way, we can fast forward through the sidebar and the jury questions and all that. And I think what I'm going to do tomorrow, I said I was going to do it today and I didn't do it. I think for sure I'm going to take a lunch break tomorrow so I can maybe at least lay down for a little bit in the middle of the day because my back is hurting really bad. I you guys, fingers crossed, prayers that the next diagnostic nerve block goes as well as the first did, so they can go in there and do that ablation and burn the nerves, and I can get rid of some of this pain that I'm having all the time. And that's something else we need to talk about, because that is a week from tomorrow is my second nerve block test. So I'll be late that day. So the appointment's at 9:30. So I'm thinking 11 or 12. I'm not exactly sure. I'll probably schedule it for 12 just to be on the safe side. So we'll be starting late a week from tomorrow. I know it's a while off yet, but I'll remind y'all. Okay, I will see you guys in the morning at 10. Have a wonderful evening. I love y'all. Bye.